Okay, we are going to resume the hearing. Mr. DeJarnette, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we can't see you, but we can hear you, so that's fine. Okay, we're ready.
All right. Again, my name is Nicholas DeJarnette. I've known Thomas Koonce for about 15 years. When I was 22 years old, I received a 15 to 17-year sentence. Obviously, at that time, my life was so much of a wreck. Thomas Koonce played a major role in not just my ability to like transition into society, but also in my development as a young man. And even today, he still counsels me as a man, as a father, and as a husband. Just for the sake of clarity, I heard the, I heard the D report thing brought up. Just so people can know, who don't know, you can get a D report for not making your bed, literally. So I just wanted that to be clear because I remember, I think when Tommy had one of those, and it was for something that didn't even make no sense at all. But you could literally get a D report for not making your bed. So like I said, my name is Nicholas DeJarnette. Some of the other individuals that the pastor mentioned, like George Vicente, Angel, Miguel Reyes, Jesus Linares, Thomas Koonce played a major role in all of our lives. He's the reason why I went to Boston University, that they had, education in Boston University College in only two prisons, if I'm not mistaken, in Massachusetts. He's the reason when it got tough and I wanted to quit that I didn't. Thomas Koonce was an individual who I always wanted to be around. I mean, when the pastor talks about Thomas, I don't want to say this in a wrong way, but he was like Jesus, literally. I mean, he sticks out like a sore thumb. Everybody knows him, from sergeants, captains, and lieutenants that all have respect for him. He is genuinely the real deal. The pastor, he can come in and teach us, and then he goes home, and we don't really know if he lives up to what it is that he teaches. Teachers, politicians, whatever, everybody can teach, everybody can preach. But when you live with an individual and you see his walk, when you see his life, he changed people's lives in such a major way. Mine specifically, he was involved in a program called Second Thoughts Incorporated. And he really taught us about accountability. It's funny that the pastor kept saying, he holds himself accountability. And he was very big on that. But not just that, teaching us how to see the impact of our decisions, and how they didn't just affect the people who we could see, like ourselves and our immediate family, but how we affected our community, how we affected, other people. These the program Second Thoughts Incorporated had these trainings and these counseling sessions that were designed to put you in the place of the victim, to the best that you possibly could, and to help challenge your thinking, as well as your development. I've watched grown men break down and cry, myself included, in front of Thomas, as he corrected us and as he gave us counsel and helped us begin a healing process. Like I said, he's not like any other individual that I've ever met in my entire life. Thomas spent 30 years. You don't come out of prison better 99.9% of the time. And Thomas Koonce, I watched him change people's lives. Like, I've watched gang members who were incarcerated give up their gang and start going to church. Murderers who were in prison, start joining programs to better themselves, to learn how to heal, start going to church themselves. And like I said, Thomas was just somebody who I constantly, wanted to be around. In regards to, how he would do on the outside, Thomas Koonce can have, whatever he wants in my book. I owe him so much for the sacrifice he was willing to make and the time that he was willing to invest in my life and in my character, and becoming a better man. When it comes to getting an apartment, like, that's taken care of. I'll pay the first 6 months, the first year of him to stay wherever, he needs to stay. I owe Thomas Koonce so much. And when you talk about the people that I've watched change their lives, like, they're the living proof of Thomas Koonce. The gentleman that the pastor mentioned, I'm still in contact with them today. And these men are doing great things. And yes, they had their struggles when they made the transition, like any human being would. But they're doing great things. They're married. They're building their families. Some of them are in politics. Conan Harris is another individual who was who wasn't mentioned, but he was also somebody who was under Thomas Koonce's counsel. And he's just the real deal. Like I lived with this man for years. And he literally is what he says. And so that's the best really that I could describe it for the sake of time. But I owe him so much. I owe Thomas Koonce so much, coming into jail as a young man. And now I'm 41, about to be 42 years old. I own several companies. And to this day, he's still counseling me. He's still helping me. When I was incarcerated with him, there was a married couple who would come up and visit him just to receive counseling. Like, who does that? What married couple would go into a prison to receive counseling from an inmate? Like he's the real deal. And that's just the simplest way to put it.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeJohnette. Councilor Juvenile, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. What kind of business do you run?
I actually have 3 small companies. I have a landscaping and home improvement company. I have a small car rental company. And I also have a towing company.
Wow, and how long have you been out of prison?
10 years.
Congratulations.
I got out in 2010.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And I think it's a wonderful offer you made that to help Thomas if he gets out. That's quite a testament.
Absolutely. Thomas wouldn't have a want in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney.
Mr. Dejanette, did I pronounce it right?
Excuse me?
Dejanette.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to shout, okay? Thank you for your testimony. It's very meaningful to me. Can you tell me, what do you think, what life roads would you have taken if Thomas hadn't come into your life?
So in prison, it's very easy to become bitter. You're in an environment that can be very toxic, to say the least. Between officers being sadistic and inmates and, medication and drugs and just anger. There's so many options. There's so many outcomes that could have happened. But to see a man like literally live, like he wasn't like Thomas Koonce got his degree at BU as well. Like the things that he tried to challenge individuals to do, it wasn't things that he himself wasn't doing. And so if I had not walked as closely as I did with him during the time I was there and seen how serious he was and how real and genuine he was from every aspect of his living, my outcome could have been very different. But I went in. I went in at the age of 22. Before then, I accumulated a criminal record longer than Blue Hill Avenue. And so like I said, I owe Thomas Koonce so much, and like, finances or trying to help him with an apartment. I mean, he has a job. We joke around, Miguel Angel Reyes and we say, yeah, we have a lawnmower you can push when you get out, buddy. We joke around with him. But he has a job. He can have several jobs if he needs it. He has a roof over his head. Like, I love this man so much. I don't even call him a friend. I call him my brother. And so I don't know where my life could have been if I didn't cross paths with Thomas Koonce. But I know that I am the evidence of who he is today. And he prepared us all. He prepared us all to get out. He prepared us all, to face society and to challenge ourselves to become better, better human beings, better fathers, better husbands. And so yeah, I don't know where I would be.
As you said, what would have happened to you, I'm thinking Thomas could have taken that road to be bitter and
Absolutely.
And not think about anyone else, but think about his own travesty of justice. So that to me, and I think I know you are a role model to other people. And
Thank you so much.
And for your words to be out there, I thank you, and I wish you all continued good luck. You're young, you have a whole future ahead of you, and thank you for all you've done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. DeJohnette. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Berland. And after Lisa Berland, we'll hear from District Attorney Thomas Quinn. So we'll hear from Lisa Berland and then District Attorney Thomas Quinn.
Good morning, councilors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm here today testifying as an individual in support of Mr. Koonce's commutation. I am also a volunteer with Parole Watch, which was formed under SEPS, the Committee for Effective Public Safety. We regularly attend parole hearings for lifers in order to shine a light on the parole process. I want the Governor's Council to know that the SEPS community, the Parole Watch community, and I believe many others in the community in general, support the commutation of Mr. Koonce's sentence. I attended Mr. Koonce's 5.5-hour testimony before the Advisory Board of Pardons. Mr. Koonce spent much of the hearing recognizing his responsibility for the crime and his remorse for the loss of Mr. Santos's life and the devastating loss for his family. He demonstrated a heightened self-awareness, where he was in his development and where he still needed to go. Board members commended the over 40 programs he participated in: restorative justice, alternatives to violence, advanced emotional awareness, and of course, a BA cum laude from BU. But in particular, Mr. Koonce's dedication to making his environment a safer place through mentoring and restorative justice stood out. The prison environment, as noted, is one of arbitrariness, indignities, distrust, and violence. Accomplishments all the more exceptional. And exceptional was the term used many times by the board to describe what was required for a candidate for commutation. And the board concluded that Mr. Koonce merited commutation and made that recommendation to the governor, who agreed, and I hope you will too. I have listened to over 30 parole hearings over the last 2 years. I've witnessed the enormous strides that parole applicants make in an exceedingly difficult environment. It is truly inspiring to see the work that people have done on themselves, to better their surroundings, to mentor others, and to take advantage of whatever opportunities afforded them inside. These cases remind us that while there's more to be done, there are many people like Mr. Koonce who deserve a second chance now. My hope is that the parole board will use the tool of commutation and pardon to help address the injustices in the system, as well as to recognize the extraordinary individuals inside, like Mr. Koonce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Berland? Thank you. Next, we'll hear from District Attorney Thomas Quinn III.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you, Counselor, for the opportunity to address the council. On July 20th of 1987, Thomas Koonce, age 20, unlawfully took the life of Mark Santos while Mr. Koonce was on leave from the Marine Corps. The victim, Mark Santos, was 24 years old and had his whole life ahead of him. He was loved by his family and friends and had great potential. Today, almost 35 years later, they are still grieving the loss of their loved one. That grief will go on for the rest of their lives. There is no consolation for their loss other than the memories of Mark. As Councilor Kennedy said, I think that's something that should not be lost in this hearing, that a young man who had his whole life ahead of him was unlawfully killed. Understandably, the family is opposed to the commutation. The opportunity for Mr. Koonce to be paroled is very painful for them. My heartfelt sympathy and prayers continue to be with the Santos family. They're a remarkable family with extraordinary perseverance. As you know from the record, Mr. Koonce's first trial ended in a hung jury. He was convicted of first-degree murder after a second trial in June of 1992. The prosecutor in that case was John Moses, a former colleague of mine when I was a young prosecutor. In 2010, Mr. Koonce filed his first commutation petition. His trial appeal had been denied. Mr. Moses testified at the hearing in support of the petition. He said that he was troubled by the first-degree conviction. In his closing argument in 1992, he only argued the jury should convict Mr. Koonce of second-degree murder. He expressed concern over the first-degree conviction based on the facts and circumstances of the case. Mr. Moses was both a public defender and prosecutor and a respected attorney. He passed away in 2015. Despite the denial of his 2010 commutation petition, Mr. Koonce continued to engage in very meaningful rehabilitative efforts. As was mentioned, he obtained a degree from BU. He became a leader in restorative justice in the institution. He also has been a mentor for many inmates during his incarceration. Of particular significance is that his rehabilitative efforts were done while he believed he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison after being denied commutation. In 2014, he filed a second petition for commutation. Based on the record, he has made a very compelling case for the commutation. As part of his rehabilitative efforts, he wrote a letter of apology to the family, taking responsibility for the killing of Mark Santos. He appears to understand more clearly now than in 2010 the gravity of his actions and the irreparable harm he has caused the family of Mark Santos. Based on all the facts and circumstances of this case, the defendant's petition to commute the sentence to second-degree murder is a just result. Commuting his sentence does not minimize his actions, which are very serious, but acknowledges the extraordinary efforts he made to reform his life. For him to serve the rest of his life in prison without an opportunity for parole would not be fair or just under all of the circumstances presented in this case. The commutation before you appropriately preserves the murder conviction. It only reduces the murder conviction from first degree to second degree. Mr. Koonce has served approximately 30 years in prison. Commutation would make his sentence 30 years to life with the possibility of parole. The governor did the right thing in commuting the sentence to second-degree murder. It is a just and appropriate result based on a review of the entire record. I would ask you to vote in support of the commutation. Thank you very much.
I just want to ask a quick question. You and I spoke at length about this commutation. The one thing that troubles me, now you have a distinguished career as a prosecutor, as a district attorney. I don't understand how we have John Moses and we had the other assistant DA, Paula Mingo. They were involved in this case. They both were troubled by the first degree murder conviction. They were troubled by it. Should the public out there think that this happens a lot? In other words, someone prosecutes a case, whatever the charge is, and they say years later or sometime after, Jesus, I never should have charged so-and-so for so-and-so crime. I overcharged. What type of assurances can you, I know you weren't involved in this part of it, but just as a DA, that's not something that the public likes to hear, that the DA who handled this case, there's two of them, said, you know what, we made a mistake. We charged this guy with first-degree murder. We never should have. We overcharged him. How many other assistant DAs are doing the same thing? Just to give us a sense. And again, this is the only reason I'm asking you, because you're a distinguished district attorney. Does this something like never happens, or this happens all the time?
Well, thank you for your comments. Well, ultimately, the degree of murder is for the jury to determine. Certainly, a prosecutor can decide whether to pursue a certain charge. I've reviewed, I had worked with John Moses, and he was a honorable person. I think in this case, he was concerned about the premeditation issue from his testimony in the record. The case went to the jury returned the verdict, and it was upheld by the Supreme Judicial Court. So I think my reading of that was that he felt from his testimony to you 10 or 12 years ago that second degree was a more appropriate result. but still there was a basis in the evidence for first degree conviction. So do I think people are overcharged and convicted of crimes they shouldn't be? I don't think that happens often. There are mechanisms in place to address them. In this particular case, Mr. Koonce went to trial. He was offered a manslaughter plea, I'm told. Again, I wasn't there. He didn't accept that. That's his right. And sometimes these trials don't go the best way possible. But the Supreme Judicial Court heard it. They upheld it. I wouldn't be concerned that there's a number of people serving sentences that shouldn't be based on this, the scenario that you put forth. There also wasn't, the record supports, the conviction, which suggested it wasn't overcharged, but I think he was conveying his belief that he felt second was more appropriate. And that was his position. Again, he has passed away. So I wouldn't be concerned with that, Counselor. I've involved in a lot of these cases. The goal is to see that justice is done. Ultimately, the jury has the final say if it goes to a jury. And then there's the appellate process. I believe he filed a motion for a new trial that was denied also. So there are protections there. I think he challenged the first trial too. There was a delay. So I to answer your question, I would not be concerned that is going on.
Yeah, but with all due respect, he could have charged him initially for second-degree murder. I mean, you never know what a jury, hold on one second, what a jury's gonna do. I mean, clearly from what I read his statement. I think a reasonable person could come to the conclusion after reading Mr. Moses' statement back in 2010, you know what, this has been bothering me, my conscience, everything. This guy was overcharged. He should have been charged for second-degree murder. I read his statement, and the same thing with the other assistant DA. I clearly get the impression, yeah, we know what the appeals court did in this one, and the motion was denied. This guy was overcharged, and I think that's what Moses is telling us. That's the impression I got.
I don't, the overcharge part of it, there are different aspects to every case. I mean, I've been involved in a number of homicide cases. Deliberate premeditation, there is not long, you don't need a long period of time. You have to think and reflect. That again, he said that the conviction was supported. He just thought second degree was more appropriate. But ultimately, the jury had their say. There's an appellate process. They reviewed it. I think he was concerned a little bit that a motion was not filed, the Rule 25 motion to reduce the verdict. That was in his testimony. That's all I can go on that was presented to you just now in the previous hearing. So I don't feel, Counsel, I don't feel that there's, I don't think he was overcharged. It wouldn't be the strongest case of first degree, though. That's a fair comment of it. And I think that's probably what troubled him. I think it's good that he reflected on it and made those comments.
Yeah, I'm just reading here. It's Mr. Moses' belief that this case should never have been more than manslaughter or second-degree murder. Former ADA Paula Finley Magnan, who drafted the Commonwealth's opposition, was also troubled by the outcome. My only thing is, I just hope that in other cases, I mean, clearly, I know we disagree and you're doing a great job, but you read this, and this guy was overcharged. I get your point about the appeals court. Was there evidence? I get it. But I personally think by reading everything I read that he was overcharged. But that's just me. And I think Councilor Kennedy has a question.
I do, if I may. It's good to see you again, Mr. District Attorney. And you're certainly somebody I have a lot of respect for. You do a great job with what you do. I completely disagree with you on this. 100%. This man was overcharged. This never should have been. I agree with the prosecutor who did the trial. It never should have been a first-degree murder, period. I read through all the facts of this case. I went down to the jail almost a year ago with Council Thomas and met with Mr. Koonce and his lawyer. I spoke with him about the facts, and I wasn't easy on him. I was pretty tough on him when I went and saw him. I asked him some very, very tough questions about the facts of the case and what he's done since then. It's my understanding that you touched on, and that's the question I was going to ask you, that this man was 20 years old at the time, was offered a manslaughter. Is that, you touched on it. Have you confirmed that?
Well, that's in Mr. Moses' testimony. I just want to be clear. This
Okay.
happened 30 years ago. I was not involved in the trial.
I understand that, Mr. District Attorney, but I have to ask you a few questions. I know you weren't directly involved. I know you weren't the district attorney at the time. And I know you're doing a great job where you are, so it's not about that.
Yep.
It's about the facts of this case and what happened some 30 years ago at the trial and what went on in terms of negotiations. I know he was offered a manslaughter, and I was told that, and I understand it's a dispute what the time was. It was either a 5 to 8 or an 8 to 10. That's what I understand. But it wasn't more than the 8 to 10. Would you agree with that?
Well, I just refer to Mr. Moses' testimony. He, I believe, said, and I reviewed it, that he had offered what the previous prosecutor did, first trial
Okay.
again.
So it was a 5 to 10, right? So this man, who was 20 years old at the time, and we agree, a 20-year-old, as we've learned over the years, hasn't fully developed in terms of his maturity, right? Agree with that?
Well, he's a young man at 20, obviously. We all,
Very
do think-
difficult to make a decision to go to jail for 5 years. Apparently was given some bad advice at the time. But the only difference that happened between that offer of 5 to 8 and him spending the next 30 years in jail was he exercised his constitutional right to go to trial. That's the only difference. Nothing changed in between. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some things did change in between. He's out on the street. He was on bail. Something that doesn't happen in first-degree murders today, but back then it did. And he continued his education. He continued to do all the right things. But the only thing that changed in terms of the facts of this case is that the man went to trial. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, yes, but I would just say
Okay.
that happens all the time. I
Yeah,
could.
I understand that, but it doesn't happen all the time where somebody could be out in 5 years and then get sentenced to life without parole. Would you agree with me?
Well, I mean, I just have to focus on this case. I understand what you're saying. I'm here testifying.
Let me finish then. So
Okay.
we have a gentleman who was offered 5 years in prison. If he would have got out in 5 years, you agree with me? If that was the offer?
Oh, 5 or 10, he would have got out.
Somewhere in there, right? He would have definitely not more than 10 years at that point. Would you agree with me?
I would say that sounds right in that
Should
area.
he have done another 20 years in jail for simply going to trial?
Well, there is I've been involved on both sides of these cases. I've
I
prosecuted
understand that.
and defended people. He was not in custody at the time. People take their chances. And all I can say is, this may be
Me too. I've been there, sitting there with clients, trying to get them to take pleas, not take pleas, whatever.
You're offering your
Right.
someone's offered many.
But at some point, your office, I know you weren't the district attorney at the time, evaluated this case. And we put values on case as lawyers, as defense lawyers, as district attorneys. We put values on case, what our risk of winning, what our risk of losing is, what would represent justice in the case from the perspective of the DA. Would you agree with that?
Whole cases are reviewed for what is the appropriate result, and yes.
Yeah. And by the way, I just want to say something. I admire the fact that you showed up here today and supported this commutation. I think that speaks volumes about you as a district attorney. That's a difficult thing to do, especially where the victim's family is opposed to it. And I congratulate you for that. But at some point, your office valued this case, looked at what it was worth and what was an appropriate conviction and an appropriate sentence. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't want to say my office. I was a prosecutor for 3 or 4 years at the time, but I mean, the
I'm
DA,
saying
yeah,
your district attorney's office, where
right,
you are, valued it, right?
right.
And they valued it as a manslaughter at that point. Fair to say?
Well, in the spirit of negotiation and the facts, I guess I'm speaking hypothetically. I wasn't
We
involved.
don't always in our business say a first degree murder is worth a manslaughter, right? Because you look at the facts of the case, you know, if they're really egregious, you're never gonna say we're gonna reduce this to a manslaughter and make an offer like that. Fair to say?
There's a lot of negotiations in cases, there's different issues, there's proof. In this particular case,
Exactly. Exactly. But somebody looked at this case and looked at the risk of losing this case on a self-defense argument, looked at the young man that was in front of him, the fact that he was in the Marines, and put a value on it. Said, this case is a manslaughter, and this guy shouldn't do more than 10 years in jail. And that came from your office. Not
Well,
you personally, or you weren't there at the time, but that particular district attorney's office.
in
And they
reading the
said this
transcript,
man shouldn't do more than 10 years in jail. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if that's what happened, yeah, I agree. That's what the.
Well, we know, your former colleague testified that's what happened before the parole board 10 years ago. You certainly referred to it in your statement today that he was offered a manslaughter. So we know that happened, that he was offered a manslaughter, right?
Right.
Once again, I don't mean to badger you because you're a great guy, you're a great DA, you know, and once again, I congratulate you for coming here and supporting it. That's a difficult thing to do, especially when the victim's family, who we all feel bad for and sympathy for, is opposed to it. Thank you.
Counselor, hold on. I have, everyone wants to ask a question. Counsel, I wrote it down. Counselor Juvenile's next, then Counselor Hurley, then DiPaolo, then we'll go here. Well, everybody is, yeah. Counselor Juvenile.
DA Quinn, how you doing?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in and testifying here today. I appreciate that. I got a little different take on the matter. Having been a lawyer for 44 years in criminal defense and done about 87 murder cases. In fact, I knew John well. I had murder cases with John. I like John, God rest his soul. You indicated at the parole hearing or in some writing to the parole board that, and I'll quote it, DA Quinn expressed concern for what Mr. Koonce is taking responsibility. While Mr. Koonce admits to firing the shot that killed Mr. Santos, it is nonetheless troublesome in light of the evidence that Mr. Koonce asserts that it was an accident and denies firing the shot into the crowd. Then you left it up to the parole board as to what decision they were going to make. Explain to us what bothered you about that.
Well, I think it was from, if I recall, from the first commutation hearing, there was indication that he thought it was an accident, suggested it was an accident. So I think that was my initial response, and then participating as opposed to intentionally firing the shot. And I think accepting of responsibility by a defendant is important, especially in a case of this nature. The initial commutation was denied by the parole board. My impression was that I wasn't there or didn't participate, that may have been a concern. But as I indicated in my statement today, it seems like Mr. Koonce, after he was denied commutation, moved forward, did his programs and accepted responsibility and understood more clearly the effect it had on the family of Mark Santos. So you're familiar with the facts. I had wanted to hear what he had to say in the hearing. That's Mr. Koonce, and after reviewing the material, I think he's accepted responsibility and for what he did, and intentionally firing the shot that unfortunately killed Mr. Santos, and is moving forward, is taking substantial steps to move forward with his life since the first hearing.
Yeah, I think this testimony here was from October 27th of 2020. It was for the second appeal, the second commutation hearing.
Yes.
So with regard to what happened at the trial, I read what John said in his statement to the parole board, and there was a first trial, it was a hung jury, there was some rumors about how the jury was thinking about the case. And as you know, and I know, those kind of talks, you can never verify them. But he was offered a 5 to 10, and under the parole guidelines back in that time, would be my estimation, he would have done 2/3 of the 5 years. So he would have been out probably 3.5 to almost between 3.5 and 4 on a crime of violence. So, in my opinion, Frank McGee, I know, was the lawyer, and he was a very experienced lawyer and a very good lawyer, in my opinion. And I'm sure Counselor Kennedy would agree, whenever you are offered a manslaughter, forget the 5 to 10, whenever you're offered a manslaughter on a murder indictment, would be the recommendation, I think, of any lawyer that does criminal law to take that in a heartbeat. To be offered a 5 to 10, I can't imagine Frank McGee not saying, you've got to take this. The risk is too great going forward at a trial. I'm sure it would have been explained to Mr. Koonce by Frank McGee. The downside, obviously, was life in jail. And, but the decision was made, as you say, to go forward. And that was his decision that made that, not John Moses. John talked about his feelings about it, and I appreciate that. But at the time the trial ended, or during the trial, after the government rested, I'm sure Frank McGee filed the motion for a directed verdict that the Commonwealth hadn't sustained its burden. John Moses had every opportunity to agree with defense counsel that the Commonwealth hadn't proved first degree. And I'm sure Judge Steele, knowing Judge Steele and having tried murder cases with Judge Steele, he would have accepted that without question. John, I don't think, ever agreed or made a statement to the court that he didn't think the Commonwealth had proved first degree murder. Then there was a motion at the close of the case arguing beyond a reasonable doubt the facts didn't pertain to a first degree murder. John Moses had every opportunity at that point to agree with the defense counsel that as to first degree murder, that was not proved. I haven't read the transcript of the trial. I'm assuming John did not do that. Otherwise, Judge Steele, in my opinion, would have accepted it. Because Judge Steele evidently had asked one of the prosecutors, have you made an offer to him? And they said yes. So, although I love John and I miss him, I think his testimony changed a little bit from what he did that could have prevented this from happening at the trial. Was the DA Pena at the time?
For the first trial, the second trial was Paul Walsh.
Was Walsh, okay. So I'm sure John could have gone to DA Walsh and explained the situation and probably even got him to agree that, argue for a second rather than first. In any event, that was John's opinion. That opinion was not shared by the court, was not shared by the Supreme Judicial Court, it was not shared by the federal court that heard a habeas corpus petition up there. So a bunch of courts looked at this case, looked at the facts of this case, and all of them agreed that it was first degree murder. The SJC had every right to reduce it under 278-33 to a second degree. I'm sure the argument was made for that. I haven't read the transcript. I assume the lawyer arguing for the DA's office objected, didn't want that to happen. If they had argued for it, the SJC might have agreed to reduce it to the second. So, you know, it's easy to go back and say, well, you know, John said this and that, and he's right, and this is terrible. But John didn't do what he could have done either to help out this situation. Interestingly enough, at about that time, I had a murder case with John that there were 4 co-defendants, and 2 of us tried the case. Roger Whitkin and I, Judge Steele was the judge. of a very similar case where four individuals came down to New Bedford. They had gone to a Bruins game. They drove through a housing project that is not far from the old Superior Court building. And they shot off a round that killed a 12-year-old kid. They were tried for murder first degree, and that we had the same defense. The shot was not intending to be shot at anybody, and the jury found him guilty, and his appeals were also denied. So that to me was almost akin to this case as far as the acts of the defendant. But unfortunately, in that case, we were never offered anything, a second or manslaughter. Had we been offered it, I'm sure co-counsel Roger Whitkin and I would have done everything we could to get the defendant to accept that. Because the downside on the murder, as you know, is life with no parole. So I do agree a little bit with your statement, having looked over everything, that when you said you were troubled by what he was taking responsibility for in light of the evidence, saying that he fired the shot, he admits to firing the shot, but he does not admit that he shot into the crowd, that he fired in the air. I do agree with you that that is troubling. And I spoke to Mrs. Santos yesterday for quite some time. She's a very nice woman on the phone. Worked 27 years for the state of Massachusetts. She's 78, her husband's 82. We've got 4 kids left. He says, every single day I suffer thinking of my son, who was a twin. And she said, we were promised by the government that this would be murder one and that there'd never be a change in that. And we have gone to hearings after hearings after hearings. She says, I can't do it anymore. I can't come up there. I just cannot do it anymore. There isn't a day goes by that I don't think of my son being killed that night. So she said the Commonwealth promised us that he would do life in jail, and they have reneged on their promise. So it's a tough case all around, but thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Mary Hurley.
Good morning. I, in my former life, thought I was the top criminal defense lawyer in Western Massachusetts. And I sat second chair on the murder case. I do not believe that this case was overturned. I don't see that as an issue based upon other facts and circumstances. If Koonce had a gun, he shot the gun. Could it have been a jury finding of second-degree murder or even manslaughter? Yes. But the jury spoke. At the same token, hindsight is always 20/20. And in this particular case, this gentleman is before us today for commutation of a sentence based on all the facts and circumstances that occurred since the time of the shooting, since the time of the first trial and the second trial. It's based on what he has done with his life and how it's affected other people. So I don't blame the district attorney's office. My father was the first one to try and get a first-degree murder case reduced to second degree or to manslaughter. And my father's bottom line was, can I knock him out of the courtroom or can I get him the least amount of time? The district attorney had an obligation to prosecute the case to its fullest. And I don't think that lessening first-degree murder charge in these circumstances would have been at the time. But I'm certain that this gentleman has learned the lessons of life and has shared his knowledge with all the people he's touched while being in prison. And that's why we're here today, not to prosecute the district attorney's office. So, you think what was done at the time, Mr. Quinn, the right thing to do?
I'm sorry, done at the time, what time? Right now?
No. Back then, to charge with first-degree murder, based on all the facts and circumstances? Were the elements of a first-degree murder case present for a jury to determine first-degree murder?
Yes, they were, and that was validated by the Supreme Judicial Court and all the appeals.
Thank
And
you.
and it's certainly,
Thank
and
you.
I've
Next,
seen, okay.
Councilor DePaula, you have a question?
I do, thank you. Mr. District Attorney, I really appreciate you being here. I think it's courageous for someone in your position to be here, testifying to what you're testifying to. I do, I suppose, agree with some of my colleagues that 30 years ago, I think this was an overcharge. And I think that a 20-year-old facing a trial for first-degree murder who feels he didn't commit first-degree murder, although I do think he would have been advised to take the plea, I can understand why he would want to fight that first-degree charge. And in this room last week, interviewing a judicial nominee, we heard discussion of how some district attorneys' offices are quote-unquote tougher than others. And I presumed to interpret that to be that some district attorneys' offices, over time, in the past, across the state, do overcharge in an effort to negotiate a plea. And what I also know is that we have evidence that the charging phase, the initial charging phase, absent Mr. Koonce's particular case, the initial charging phase is one of the roots of the very significant disparities we see in sentencing along racial lines in Massachusetts. So I am concerned. I am concerned with what happened 30 years ago. I'm concerned when I hear prosecutors expressing remorse at the charge that was brought. And I'm concerned at a system where the prosecutor who feels that way has to wait a long time to feel comfortable to talk about that. So I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate your testimony, but I wanted to express my concerns over the discussion as it fits into the larger context. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilor Duff, Eileen Duff.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for being here, Mr. Quinn, and acknowledging, the loss of Santos. I want to bring out 2 points. I want to concur with Councilor Capello. And I'm not saying this is you in particular, but I have witnessed DAs be so punitive in what I would, in one case, cruel, sending a team, I guess something else is more important. Sending a team of attorneys to stop a man who committed a robbery when he was 17, and the person whose house he broke into came and testified, seal his record, let this kid who's now in his 30s, did the BU program and everything in prison. Almost 15 years later, even when the victim of the crime says, give this kid a break, man, now, so he can get a job, they don't do it. So I'm not saying that you're that person, but there is a history in a clear, compelling record of many DAs in this state doing that. And personally, I find it incredibly disturbing. What I'd like to compliment you on is explaining actually what is happening today with the commutation. If he is granted commutation, it does not absolve him of this crime. It gives him an opportunity to apply for parole. And I think the public really needs to understand what parole is. And that denying, just because you have an opportunity to apply for parole does not mean you get parole. It means you have an opportunity to apply for it. And I think it's very, very important, as hopefully we're going to see more commutations and pardons, that the commutations, pardons are a little bit different, that people in the general public really understand that. When we talk about youthful offenders, the brain we know from science is not fully formed to the age of 24, 25, the cognitive functions, that we're not saying that the crime didn't occur, but we're saying if someone shows remorse and does the steps, and now we have prisons that actually have step-down programs, which we probably need to attend. That they have a chance, they have a shot. We're not saying they get it, we're just saying they have a shot. So thank you for explaining that, because I read all the time about people that get angry, no one should have a chance for. And I think it's really truly because they don't understand what parole is. So,
Yes.
and frankly, we want people to be paroled because that means they supposedly get some guidance and check in with people. If they do their sentences and they walk out, which they're starting to do because this parole board is such a disaster, we have a serious public safety issue. Thank you.
I would just say,
Councilor,
response to that, if I
Mariano,
could. Just
I'm
briefly,
sorry.
Councilor, you just made a couple comments, thank you. I'm not a punitive district attorney. I have defended people charged with murder and prosecuted them. I try to be fair in my dealings with people. Whenever I handle cases, that's my job. I take it seriously, and that's why I am here today. Respectfully to everybody, we have a legal process. The defendant was not, and I wasn't there, was not overcharged. The case went before a judge, a jury convicted him. It was upheld. It's certainly not the strongest first-degree murder case, but maybe it's, the fact that it has gone through the process that we're here today is some indication that vindicates the system. But this was, he was lawfully convicted. If you decide to commute the sentence, the murder conviction still stands. I believe the former prosecutor referred that the family felt vindicated with the conviction. So the mere fact that someone could have an opinion, in the end, it's the jury verdict. Once someone goes forward to trial, that has to be respected and changed by our courts if it's not appropriate. It wasn't, but we're here today, and hopefully, as a result of this hearing, Mr. Koonce's sentence can be reduced without undermining what he did, respecting the family, who I feel terribly for what they've had to gone through. As Councilor Jubenville said, I feel terrible for them. I've met with them several times. They're wonderful people. I just have heartfelt sympathy for them. So I just want you to know that, and that's why I'm here today.
Could I just make one comment, Mr. Chair? Mr. District Attorney, I want to be clear about something. Nobody is impugning your office. If anything, it's just the opposite. Your appearance here today says exactly that you're not a punitive DA. But I have limited experience with your office because I don't get down there too often. But my experience personally, when I have been down there, is that you folks are incredibly fair. I think you're one of the best offices in the state. So please do not take any comments that anybody made here as any way, shape, or form impugning your office. It's just the opposite is what we're saying. And I just want to make one other comment. When I went with Mr. Koonce, I told him that I didn't believe he shot up in the air, that I believed he shot in the crowd. No question about it. The facts fit that fact pattern. There's no way he could have been shooting up in the air. He had to be shooting into the crowd, or Mr. Santos would be alive today. So I don't disagree that the charge shouldn't have been brought. I do and it may have been a second, but I do disagree it should have been a first. That's just my opinion. But nobody's questioning your integrity. If anything, just the opposite. And as everybody pointed out here, it's courageous of you to be here supporting the commutation, especially where the victim's family is opposed.
Thank you.
I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilor Kennedy. I've been involved in a lot, I don't want to say a lot, but at least 10 commutations over the last several years. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that a district attorney goes to a commutation hearing and supports the petitioner. That does not happen. I can't recall ever a district attorney going to a commutation and speaking in support of a commutation. They either speak against or they take no opinion. a real courageous act today, District Attorney, a very courageous act. And we appreciate you coming here. And though Councilor Kennedy and I, and maybe DiPaolo and Duff have a different opinion as to the charge, this has nothing to do with you. You're a man of the highest integrity. And again, real courageous to come here, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Real quick, and then I'm gonna
Very
go-
quickly, I just want to agree with Councilor Kennedy and Councilor Iannella, and I have had the experience with your office over the years where you have commuted a first-degree murder indictment to second degree and allowed a plea to that. And I think you did a manslaughter once for me on a case your office did, because you evaluated the facts and agreed that there were some issues in it and you reduced them. So you're one of the fairest DAs, I think, in the Commonwealth. So I appreciate you coming here very much.
Thank you. Councilor Devan.
Thank you.
First of all, my comments, a lot of things that
Having a little difficulty hearing you, ma'am.
So, can you hear me?
A
No.
little better now.
My colleagues have said a lot of the things that I believe. So I'm not gonna go over the questions that I was gonna ask you because it has gone on. But, what so I'm gonna agree. You know, when we look at this, and, you know, you look back 29 years ago, it was a tragic accident. It cost the life of a 20-year-old, Mr. Santos. But Thomas didn't even know that Mr. Santos was shot. He shot in the air, straight in the air, as a warning shot to stop the fighting between two gangs. And I suppose he was afraid, and the people that were in the car with him were afraid. So that was his intent. He never even knew. He never even knew that that bullet went 3 feet away and took the life of a 20-year-old, Mr. Santos. When he found out, he went to the police with his mother to say, it wasn't my friend, it was me that shot. Now, it was a tragic accident. In this trial, okay, those two other jurors had said that it was manslaughter. It would have been, he wouldn't have been serving 29 years. So I asked you to put all my things aside. If you had to make a decision 29 years ago, do you believe justice was served, and how would you rule?
Well, I think, excuse me, the way the system works is some cases evaluated. In this particular case, I don't want to get a lot of history. There were several confrontations that night. While Mr. Koonce, as the record shows, was in the Marine Corps home on leave, was in possession of a firearm lawfully, but there was a confrontation at a nightclub that spilled over into another town that occurred in Dartmouth, that spilled up at a housing project where the murder happened. So there was trouble brewing. He had a weapon. There was a group, there was hostile groups. I believe his group was from Brockton. This was, the murder happened in New Bedford. And during a confrontation, he reached out and fired a shot. So I think you could say, under the circumstances, I'm going to offer you, this manslaughter, which was done. Again, as you know, I wasn't there. But once he rejects it, the family is there. They've already had a trial. There's a basis to convict him of murder, of first-degree murder, and that's what happened. It may not be the best result. It may not be the ideal result. So if I'm there and I say, I'll offer you whatever they offered you, a manslaughter, 8 to 10, and he says no, and they're there and there's sufficient evidence to go forward. The case is prosecuted and he was convicted. Now, maybe he shouldn't have been convicted of first degree. It's not a strong first degree case, but the Supreme Judicial Court, which oversees the courts, found that it was. So it's not perfection in all of these cases. There's a human element to all of these things. A defendant says he wants to go to trial. I mean, if I have a case myself and I offer somebody a manslaughter and there's a potential self-defense and they say no, the process is, I don't just say, okay, I give up and throw the file away. They go to trial. The case is argued. A jury's picked and the jury has the final say. And then there's the appellate process. So I think that would explain my analysis. Again, I would say that there was sufficient evidence to convict him. But I think the fact that we're here, in this proceeding, addressing it, while people have some concerns, I think it shows that this system can work, even if people feel that you have some feeling about the facts. But he was not he was not illegally or improperly convicted. One could debate whether it should have been first or second, but I have great respect for the jury, and we have to abide by their decisions. Obviously, you could resolve a case before trial, but lastly, from experience, if I try to resolve these cases or anybody's office, they say no, then you go forward unless there's a serious flaw or issue that you can't prosecute the case. People reject offers often.
True, because I know I want to know everything went against everything, even to say that there was insufficient evidence to commit a breach. I mean, everything was against him. To me, the travesty of justice, that's what this was. I met with him almost 2 hours. And I read every piece of brain of the field. And this is that expression, travesty of justice. For someone to shoot in the air, it was foolish. But the other gangs, he was going to the movies. So I'm just saying that all this information, that could have been manslaughter or whatever. What do you think would have been if it wasn't law that we could get first degree life imprisonment without parole? What do you think the punishment should have been for this thing?
Well, it depends. If you can agree to a punishment, which happens often in the criminal courts, the cases are resolved. In some cases, often the murders or homicides aren't. If you can agree to a fair resolution, based on factors, but once you go to trial, he was convicted of intentionally firing a weapon that killed Mark Santos. Not because I say so, because the jury said so. Now, you could say he was firing in the air or what have you, but the jury rejected the self-defense claim and they rejected it. So once you go to trial, sometimes these things happen and we can all look in retrospect and say what should have happened. Certainly second degree would have been an appropriate verdict, or if he agreed manslaughter, if the jury said manslaughter. But so I think it's somewhat speculative to say the person has to agree to it. The individual charge has to agree. And if they don't agree, sometimes trials don't work out for people, including the government. You might think you have a good case and you try to resolve it and maybe the person's found not guilty. The other way can happen too. A defendant can say, homicide case, I don't want to take manslaughter. That's what he said. Well, you take your chances with the jury. And that's our system. And one doesn't have to be in love with a verdict. You don't immediately run up after the case and say, let's take this verdict away because it should have been a second degree. There's a legal basis for first. Yes, it's very harsh. It's life without parole. And I understand your concerns and the concerns expressed by the council. But I'm here, to respond to you and say that it was a legitimate conviction. And unfortunately, he has spent a lot of time in jail, but as many people refer to the family, you don't want to get lost on that. The family's sitting there at a trial, second trial. They're frustrated. They've gone, as Councilor Jubenville said, they've gone through all kinds of proceedings, and they have a right to have their matter presented to the court too, unless there's some terrible defect. That's what happened. It was not the ideal result, even though there's sufficient evidence. But based on how this has come about through the commutation process and Mr. Koonce's activity, we're here, and there's an ability to rectify this situation by giving him the chance to giving him the opportunity to be parole eligible. And as one of the councilors said, that's what this is about. The murder conviction stands, reduced to second degree, and I think that's a form of justice that people can look at this and maybe not be happy with verdict, the result, but in the end, there's the opportunity here to right what I think would be an unfair situation that he would have to spend the rest of his life in jail. So,
Can I just say one thing that I'm very disappointed? I thought that when the governor's council voted, and I'm counting on that, to vote for Thomas's commutation, that it would be an immediate release, but it goes back to the parole board.
yes.
And it could be 4 more months that he remains in prison. Am I right?
Yes, I think that was laid out by Councilor Ionel in the beginning. That's my understanding is, that's clear that he would, if you approve the commutation, it would be reduced from first to second degree murder, which means he would now be eligible for parole because the parole would be 15 years at the time. They've changed, the laws changed, but if you were convicted of second degree murder, be 15 years parole eligibility. He's met that. He would apply to the parole board and they would conduct a hearing and they would review his situation and decide if he's an appropriate candidate for parole. So I think, does that answer your question? No?
It just seems like one more thing. The governor commutated the sentence. He said in his letter to us that his release would be immediate, but it isn't immediate. So that's all I'm saying, that people don't know.
Yes.
And I am quite disappointed, and that's enough, 29 years. But anyway,
Well,
thank you for all of your answers to all the questions. As I said, I have a lot of questions further, but my colleagues did a good job in asking the questions that I agree with them. So thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much, Councilor Devaney. Councilor Joseph Ferrara.
Thank you. Mr. DA, I want to thank you. We've had some good conversations over the last couple of days. So I want to thank you for all you've done with this case. I am not one to sugarcoat things. I'm looking forward to hearing from Mr. Koonce about the shot in the air. If we shot in the air, we wouldn't be here today. There's a dead guy. Obviously, there wasn't a shot in the air. 200 people in this building made a law. Senators and representatives signed by the governor that if you convicted of first degree murder, you go to jail for life. He was convicted by 12 people of his peers. It was upheld by 7 justices of the Supreme Court. There was plenty of evidence that it was first degree murder. He had got into a beef. They left, they went to Burger King, they came back with a gun to a crime scene. And a man died. I'm interested in finding out about the trial, and I don't know if you have this information, but I'm told that the first time he was tried, it was a 3-week trial, ended in a hung jury. And the second time, his lawyer filed a motion to withdraw a few days before because he wasn't getting paid. And it ended up with a 3-day trial. Do you have any information about that?
I know the first trial, as you said, I think was in 1990. I don't know how long it lasted. It was a hung jury. During that period of time, I think it was an appeal of the evidence that was ultimately denied, and then the second trial. It sounds like that sounds familiar, that the lawyer may have tried to withdraw right before the trial, but I can't say with certainty that was the case. That would be in 1992.
I have the highest regard for John Moses. He actually prosecuted a case where I was shot at a bank robbery, successfully prosecuted the gentleman that shot at me. And I respect your office very much. You guys do a great job. And I appreciate you coming here today and all your comments. And all the conversations we had over the last couple of days. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could ask, do you have any idea, within 5 minutes?
Oh,
So
yeah.
at this point, there are 7 witnesses who are gonna speak in person. Well, why don't we at least start? We may have,
Chair,
oh, I didn't ask.
no, I just broke my tooth. So, with all due respect to everybody who's here testifying, I'm Councilman Burley. I have to immediately get to my dentist, hopefully today, which is an hour and a half away. I would ask everyone who's going to testify, if I miss your testimony, please feel free to write me a letter. Address it to 11, the State House, the Governor's Council office. And put in your name, your phone number. I will read your letters. If you have any questions, I will call you. But, I think I know why I'm here today. I think I know why you're gonna testify today. And I think this man deserves justice.
Thank you very much, and I hope you feel better. Thank you.
And you can look at it on YouTube anyway.
Oh, I will.
Yeah.
All right.
At this point, here's what we're gonna do.
Just look at it on YouTube.
So at this point, the Lieutenant Governor should be coming in momentarily. You can stay here if you want. As soon as the assembly is over, this is gonna be a quick one today. We're gonna take a half an hour break. So once the assembly is over, we'll all come back in a half an hour. Okay, everyone, we're all set? Okay, thank you.
All right. I call our assembly to order. See everyone today and ask that Councilor Kennedy lead us in prayer and pledge.
Given the gravity of what we're doing in this room today, I think we should take a moment of silence for all the victims of violent crime across the Commonwealth and the country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Okay, I recognize Councilor DePaulo for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrants.
So moved.
Second.
In a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Councilor Curley for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries, public and justice.
So moved. Second.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Sarah M. Joss to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
Thank you, Governor. With great pleasure, I make that motion.
Second.
Second, Councilor Duff.
I'm just so pleased with this nominee. She's experienced, she's got the age, and it's a lot of experience in criminal and civil, and we need things.
Okay, we may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
I recognize Councilor Ferrera for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Kristen A. Stone to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
I am pleased to make that motion. Excellent choice, Governor.
Second, excellent choice.
Motion and a second. Councilor Kennedy.
I have to say that I wish she has great criminal background.
Okay. Should second, we may begin the roll call.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a new nomination today. Karen M. Bell has been nominated for the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court, and that's within your district.
I just read it was here. February 16th.
And if that changes after you speak to the nominee, communicate that to everyone for now, so we'll be on February 16th at 1:00.
Yes.
You have Wednesday? Okay, Wednesday, February 16th. Okay, thank you. That concludes our business today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. At this point, we'll resume the hearing. We have unofficially 7 witnesses who are here in person who are going to testify in support of the petition of Mr. Koonce. Again, same procedure. If the councilors have any questions, they will ask the witnesses. And then after that, we will ask if there's anybody in opposition. And if there are, we'll hear from them. If no one is in opposition, we will then turn it over to Mr. Koonce's attorney and Mr. Koonce. And again, the councilors will ask questions. The goal is that we will finish this evening. That's the goal. Okay? Are we all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we'll hear from Conan Harris. You can sit right there, sir. And if you could just identify yourself, and when you speak, you can take off the mask. Just identify yourself and you can give your presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, Council. My name is Conan Harris. Can you hear me?
I can.
How about councilors down there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Conan Harris. I come by way of support for Mr. Thomas E Koonce. Was formerly the head of public safety for the Mayor Walsh administration and former head of my brother's keeper for our former president, Barack Obama. I come by way of engaging and knowing Mr. Koonce, let's say 25 years ago, where I was incarcerated at MCI. And I look at Mr. Koonce now, but way back then, we did not have the closest relationship. I went as a young, scrappy, teenage young man with energy and a lot of activity. It's interesting we talk about D reports because if back then in my 10 years of being incarcerated, I probably received probably over 60 to 100 D reports. If you would have told my younger self then that I would be who I am now, I would not have believed it because I did not see transformation in my future. But I didn't get along with Mr. Koonce because I tried to get involved in a program back then called Second Thoughts. And Second Thoughts is a program that engages and supports young people from the Department of Youth Services and talk to them about everything from family to violence and alternatives. And I tried to get involved in this program and I was turned away by Mr. Koonce, who was the chair of the program. And his reasoning was I came later than the time to register to get in the program, and because I wasn't living a positive lifestyle inside the institution, they didn't want the program to be tainted with somebody going out there to talk to young people and not be living legit. When I think about the one word that comes to mind when describing Mr. Koonce, what I realize is consistency. Throughout the years, he's been consistent a positive figure. When I went the second time to get involved in the program, I made some attitude adjustments to behavior. Got involved in the program, not being perfect, but made some adjustments. And I got involved in the program. Throughout that time of Second Thoughts, my life started to make a change. Myself and Tommy got super close throughout that time, to the point where we received the Judge Blitzman Award for doing great things and engaging young people as a part of the board. And also, I became a board member. Relationship was not easy. You can imagine being inside an institution where you have 1,500 members, largest institution in Massachusetts, and you're still trying to figure yourself out. But through going through the college program and being involved in Second Thoughts, I made some transformation. We counseled each other. We engaged one another. I didn't have the story of being a younger man where this mentor did so much to me, but by his example, he showed mentorship, the way he lived. This is not a gimmick. I used to always make the thing when we was inside the institution and call him like he like a god or a police officer because he was so strict. Back then I called it strict. Today I call it integrity. What he really had was integrity for the program and everything we represented. I've had the great opportunity throughout my life to help other countries and help other cities throughout Massachusetts around the public safety. And I take that job very seriously with the mindset and with the mandate to make sure that the city and our Commonwealth is safe. And also with the opportunity driven, knowing that if we create real opportunities, sustainable opportunities for young people in this city and in this state, then we will have less crime and less people falling through the cracks. And so I brought that lens onto a large screen. But when I think about Tommy Koonce, I would just say this council do not have to run. And you would do your due diligence job. But truth of the matter is, we've seen many men and women come home from incarceration. I was the author and creator for the first ever mayor's office to return citizens in Boston. I created that program. And the whole mindset was to create a space that will help people who's coming home from incarceration and give them a real opportunity to be successful out here. Amongst us in this state, we have men and women in the incarceration. We got men and women that did 30 years coming home and doing well out here, making the adjustments. Everybody has their own adjustment process. We cannot paint a white brush with them all. But what I will say is when I think about Tommy Koonce, I don't think he has a huge network. So we're looking for employment. He can always come to me and support him around employment, support him around things that he can do around housing. We just talked about his housing plan. He has a great deal of support around housing. He would be a great asset to this community. What I always preach to Tom is what I preach to a lot of people. I came to do it 10 years, got 15 years nonstop of trying to make our community safe, our city, state, and state safe. And I think that what I would tell people is that first take care of yourself, because sometimes doing that work, and I'm sure you can attest to that, sometimes it's and it can drain at your core. You gotta breathe. And so I would tell him, after 30 minutes, focus on yourself. Focus on building you, learning you, understanding you, society. Then be able to part out and figure out how you best to serve your community, how you best. That's the best way I would give advice to anybody coming home from incarceration. I've mentored many men, helped many get jobs, helped many men and women come home from incarceration. Find a house, the mental health piece. We know this because we know that these things don't just happen all at once. It doesn't happen because I want to show up and come. There's something going on with someone's mental health. And the major piece what I see today, sure that the high focus is on building the mental health component coming home from incarceration. I've spent time with this man. I've seen him up close in person. He is who we say he is when the lights are on. I was in Norfolk. And the way you are today is the way you are, right? And you will expose yourself inside an institution if you're sick. And the reason why he got two tickets is because of who he represents for all this time. It is miraculous to have 2 D reports inside an institution where you can literally get a D report for having too much food, too much not making your bed, you grab too much milk from the kitchen, little stuff, a fork, a plastic fork, you know, these little things that will put you in a situation where you can have a D report. He's been able to navigate that system by basically being somewhat perfect. And then he had to get to the internal piece. It was story I've been back and forth since I brought elected officials up there, judges up there, police commissioners up there, because I wanted them to see the other side and how people, what this looks like. And what I realized is that ordinary person with extraordinary support. Tommy Koonce has an extraordinary support out there. What support him.
Thank you very much. Very well spoken. Very, very well spoken. What a strong advocate you have in Mr. Harris. What a great job. Great job. You didn't have prepared remarks that you read off. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Now let me ask this. You're at MCI Norfolk, how many years with Mr. Koonce there? About
9 years, 8, 9 years.
Okay, and you said initially he didn't want you into a certain program.
Yep, second thoughts program.
And that was because, this is my words, because of your attitude or like what?
So I was young. And I liked to fight, you know, probably was negative. in a lot of ways. People asked me to get involved in a program, so I just went to the program instead of being involved. And it came after the registration date, and he wasn't cutting corners for me. I'm left, I argued with him, wanted to fight him. I said, you a cop, you know, I called him all kind of names, brother. I just go about the rules of what the program says. And we've grown to be best close friends since then. We laugh about it now, but at that time, I was heated with him because I felt like this was something that gods do. You locked up like me, how you get law in a program. It's just been consistent. He's been like that since the beginning. And he's been that way continuously. I still speak to men and women that are incarcerated. I spoke on Capitol Hill about incarceration. And what I realize is this. People would tell you, you'll know if people are not consistent because you're in units, the people talk, and then you're on a compound where people talk, and then guards will get wind, and the guys that are incarcerated get wind. He's been a consistent figure this whole time.
Now, I know initially you were not accepted into the program. Eventually, did you get into
Yes.
second thoughts?
Yes, it was one of the things that I'm contributing.
And how was he once you were there? I mean, I assume he helped you out and what was it, what?
Listen, he was the leader of the program, and he was a great asset to the program. He led sometimes with a mic, but always led with the discipline of making sure to get people first. What he says to us all the time is that it's never about anyone else. It's about the young people that are coming up in the streets. Keep away from coming in. And so he made us all stay to the letter on that. And because of that leadership, it made me get even more involved and become a part of the program.
No, that's great. And how long have you been out of the institution?
15 years.
Oh, wow, that's great. You're a success story when it comes to that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Juvenville.
I could listen to you all day. Yeah, how did you find transition after you got out of Norfolk?
How did I find what?
Transitioning out first few years?
So if you listen to my mother will say that I never skipped a beat. But what I did before I came in, because transition starts with me. That's the reason why I'm such a great candidate for this opportunity, is because it's transitions, it's forgiveness happened while he was in there. My transition happened when I was in there. I had to do a lot of forgiving. And I had to forgive myself and probably forgive some people who done me wrong in childhood. I had to get to a place of healing with it before I could start to make some adjustments in my behavior. Once I got to that place, the rest became history. And I came home, started off of a trash truck in a youth program in Cambridge. Then started working in youth development, and then became part of the Boston Foundation. Effort on public safety, and then became on his team, so forth and so on.
Where do you live now?
Right now, I live in Hyde Park in Washington, D.C.
Well, if Mr. Koonce is successful and he gets out, are you going to be there to help him?
Well, 100%. Anytime my track record, I've spoken a few parole boards, and the few parole boards that I have spoken, second, and each one that I've spoken of, because I'm speaking, they're all home. They're all doing well. And anytime I speak on the record, anybody should support them. And sometimes it is just a kind of conversation when they become stressed, becomes high, or pressure on themselves, just to be in the group, some of those biases and behaviors, help them with employment opportunities, so forth.
Well, I think we could all use a little therapy with you at some point. And if he's successful and gets out, you keep him from doing anything.
No, that's my brother.
You almost fought him once. It looks like you would have beat him.
Hit the bag. He praised the God, but he hits that bag pretty good.
You look like you knocked the stuffing out of the bag. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ferrari, you have a question?
Yeah, you have an amazing compelling story, so I want to say thank you. don't believe that people should get, my daughter says, they call it a correctional facility, but sometimes it's not about that, it's about punitive. So do you think that we have good programs, enough programs?
I think that MCI Norfolk is shoulders above the rest. With our institution, they struggle to support them. But MCI Norfolk is one of those places that, you know, get people into. It's an open kind of space where people get together and build programs. Some of the most finest is people who's been incarcerated. From the study folks who's coming in, though those are benefit. Some of the greatest ones from the general development, because that's when it's real. That's when it gets to the core. Restorative justice, I was a part of helping to build that in the general behind the wall. And those was the most circles I've ever been a part of the conferences, because it was inmate. And I hate using that word because I believe committing crime is what you do. That's not who you are. But I would just say, guys that are incarcerated, that when they leave the program, it's the best because they're speaking to people's guts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Duff.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Harris. I'm very familiar with you. Quite well known in the community for this. What do you think? Now, you've already offered him a job, which we know is a huge thing for anyone coming out of prison. If that is the path, you know, granted. But what do you think? What's the most important thing for someone to have? And I don't want to hear support. I want to hear concrete things when they come out of prison.
But I think that the first is
What?
Is the mental health, the mental and emotional. I know I'm gonna get to the things part of it, but I can't stress enough the mental well-being, because what I've learned and what I've watched over the years is you can set people up, but if they ain't right spiritually, being, that's not gonna stop them from getting there like this fool. What it really is about ensuring that your mental health, that you continuously building your capacity internally, then getting out there. A job is important. I know for me, employment was crucial because I wanted to be able to take care of myself. I dreamed about taking care of myself while I was inside the institution. So to get out here and earn some money for myself, pay my own rent was crucial to me. And so employment was important. And then alongside is having a stable living. Because you can't work if you ain't living comfortably. Right? And you can't do neither in mental health. And so it's so crucial and important that we start off with making sure that you have a roof over your head when you feel safe, making sure you have an opportunity to spend some money and getting the support mentally and emotionally so you can stay sustainable.
Thank you, because that's exactly what I believe, that housing is actually the most important thing. Because if you don't have a safe place to lay your head, everything else falls apart. And I've had some pretty interesting because I believe in great big crazy ideas, and I think sometimes they just look at me like you really are crazy with these ideas. But how do we house people coming out of prison and jail? Because they can't, if they have anyone in their support system who's in public housing, they can't go be with them. So we're setting people up to fail before they even get out. What you also mentioned that is so important is that the transformative process needs to start while you're incarcerated. I'm a big, UTEC is in my district. I'm a big supporter of UTEC in Mocha. They're doing that work. The numbers of the men and women coming out of those programs, you know, the rates of recidivism, you can't compare them. I mean, these programs work, but they cost money. And those are, you know, people don't want to spend, I say it so many times that for all the talk in this building and in the building that your wife works in, that for people that say they care about drug addiction in prisoners, they sure don't put the money there. They really don't put the money there. And so this is an opportunity for us You know, we don't legislate, we don't control money or anything, but it is a platform and an opportunity for us to heighten these issues, which we know, to advocate, because, you know, we don't just appoint judges. I want people to succeed. I want, whether it's him or another person that's been in prison, I want them to get out. I want them to get to work. I want them to have self-worth. I want them to pay taxes, and I want them to put their hand down and pull the next person up, similar to the work you're doing. And we all do it in different ways. You know, what he or another fellow or lady might do may not look at all like what you do. You have a particular gift. But I wanted to know if you thought I was correct, because I'm a chaplain, I've spent time in prisons. You know, I work with incarcerated populations in the past, but I'm not in prison. I go home. You know, one of the fellows testifying earlier, one of the former prisoners said, talking about the chaplain, he said, you know, well, you can sit there and talk God and spiritual and all this stuff all day long. We don't know what you do when you go home. But we know if I take 2 milks instead of 1, I get written up. I know if I don't make my bed with the right corners, I get written up. You know, we've all watched Orange is the New Black. We know, you know, I actually had a prisoner say to me, you know, we know that's TV, but a lot of that's really true. You know, what happens, that's really what happens. And it's punitive, and it's power trip, and it's dangerous in so many ways. The arc of that danger, it cannot be overestimated. So, thank you for your work, and thank you for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilor DiPaolo.
Thank you. Really quickly, first of all, thank you for your testimony today and for the work you're doing, helping people with those transformations and advocating things people need when they read. Just because we've heard it a couple times for the benefits of people watching, we've heard what a D report is, and we've heard about a discipline report, and we've heard about the kinds of small, what some of us might consider small matters that could garner one. What are the consequences for someone? And I know Mr. Koonce only had 2, right?
Yeah.
In quite a few years, right? But what are the consequences for someone to get something?
So it depends, there's different levels, right? So the first consequence can be your home taken away, or you can be, go to the hole. We call the hole going through a brain freeze. It is the hole which is solitary confinement. See, I spent a lot of time, that's why you come up here, but literally it's solitary confinement.
You spend time in solitary confinement?
And for some of those things that probably, it's debatable whether it was warranted, but just the fact that exists.
What do you think the purpose is of that? Does that help the correctional facility run better? Does it create a better environment? Does it perpetuate the kind of environment where people are experiencing transformation?
Well, I've never left solitary confinement better than when I.
Right.
I never felt like it was a beneficial tool.
Yeah.
But you know, when you're incarcerated, right, you deal with humans, and humans are flawed. Our trip, what behavior happens, what you have power, or perceived power. So that's just part of human behavior that goes on there, and it doesn't stop because you're locked up, because you got a badge or whatever happened. But it's never been beneficial, and it's still not beneficial. It's not something that will add value to a person who's incarcerated. The things that add to a person who's incarcerated, a brother like Tommy Koonce engaging in getting a program of restorative justice where they're dealing with the internal issues, so that behavior doesn't becomes continuously happening to continue to do more harm. That's the work. That's how our society thinks. When we get to the root causes and we're doing the work internally to then change the outcomes. That's how we make some changes. The punitive gestures is not changing anything for somebody.
Because I always think about the cycles in our criminal system, and it's like almost like we don't want Mr. Koonce to go. He's doing so much great work, right? So like,
There's many just the Koonce behind the wall. There's many gentlemen doing some great things behind there. He's not alone.
And people are perpetuating that cycle, right?
Yeah.
People like Mr. Koonce are bringing people up and people are gonna be in a similar situation.
Absolutely.
And alternatively, you talked a lot about mental health, and we just talked about something that clearly exacerbates mental health challenges, right? When it comes to going. But so what's happening in there, right? Because you talked about the many success stories that we rightly celebrate, and yet we also have high recidivism in the Commonwealth as well. So I beat a drum here, but to me, when Donald Trump's Department of Justice is saying that Massachusetts Department of Corrections is violating our prisoners' civil rights around access to mental health care, which they did in a report a little over a year ago now, I mean, that's wildly concerning to me, you know, and that's something that we really need to shine because we want success stories like yourself, like Mr. Koonce, and we're not going to get them if we're sending people to solitude for taking extra money.
Yeah.
Right. So thank you for your time.
No,
Thank you. Councilor Devaney?
Thank you for support. And thank you for what you've done. Tell me, you're the first.
You know, the first time you see a lot of institution. First time I met him though was when I tried to get in the program. I didn't like him, so my impression was that he was strict and he was had more of an officer tone to me than a person who was locked up, and that was through hindsight because of a young man with an institution trying to figure out a way to cut corners and do things. And I don't need nobody who's locked up like me telling me nothing. And so, but the beauty of what he displayed back then is structure and consistency and character. When I look back at it now, that program lived as strong as it did, lived as long as it did, because he was the leader. And imagine somebody who running a program that was letting people cut corners when it comes to engaging young people, when it comes to cutting corners, when it comes to talking to our most vulnerable about the fact of incarceration to come back. The reason why the program had the credibility is because of the time. And now as a grown man, I get to look at that and say, to God be the glory, he was.
So was it to get inmates to be part of this?
No, it was the most successful program in the institution, and many men were a part of it. And it's almost good it this way. The next time I went, I came in there, and now I'm an ambassador of the program. And whether I'm respected on the compound for negativity or whatever, guys who may have looked up to me sees me doing positivity. What you think that did? Other people want to get involved in the program. But the program didn't allow you to come in and be like, hey, now you're in the party, go talk to the youth. No, we had to go through, I think, 20 weeks of training. 20 weeks of training before we can even begin to talk to the young people. So we had to go to this intensive training continuously, not go to the gym, not be in your cell watching TV, not do this, and go through training about your childhood, who you were, where these things, how did things break up, talk about where your family is and close to you, doing the breaking down the effects of our own incarceration, who we were as men inside this institution. And believe me, so many men break down and cry because what you realize that you're suffering trauma that you don't even know. And so this is stripping people in 20 weeks before they can go talk to young people. That was the beauty of a program like that.
So, what would be in this with the guest participants?
Over the year, thousands. I became an advocate for it when I came, brought young people up there from the community, speak to the young people from that. I worked with the judge over there, Judge Harris, the Honorable Judge Harris, Dorchester Court, when he used to do the alternative program, worked with DDAP, and brought all the young people from DDAP and the Robert F. Kennedy program, brought them all up there to the institution, collaborated with Thomas they went up there and talked to these young people and stuff. Goes, now I go to basketball games, these kids are all grown up. They see me from bringing them to this program. It's a continuance of that kind of work being done and making sure that they have the effects of touching people in the community.
Now, what did you, any use
So it was written in the bylaws of the program that you had to be living the way you're talking. You could not be in this program and be living in the kind of way. So there was moments in time where they might have pushed me out of the program because my behavior didn't always reflect. And so you had to be reflective of your behavior or not being in the program. And it was bigger than just the Tommy. It was within the bylaws of the program.
that's, well, your testimony. Should.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Kennedy, you have a question?
First of all, I appreciate your testimony. It was very compelling. I agree with my colleagues. You mentioned something that about there are other people that are going to be able to step in for Mr. Koonce when he leaves that institution, and I think he will be. You did 15 years?
I did 10.
10? Okay. That's a long sentence. How old were you?
I was 20.
When you went? 21 to 31. It's a long time in jail.
Yep.
Yeah. What's happening here today is pretty extraordinary, as you know. It hasn't happened in almost 30 years. Yeah, me too. But, you know, it begs a question. You've had a lot of interaction with inmates over the years. You've had a lot of interaction with people that have been doing similar things to what Mr. Koonce is doing. Have you seen other people that you think would be worthy of a commutation?
Many people.
Well, let me just follow up with that a little bit. So you think there are many people, either lifers or people doing long sentences, like you were doing, 10-year sentence, and I'm not gonna ask you what it was for. No, I don't, that's okay, I don't wanna know. But, that, you know, at what point, let me put it this way, at what point during that 10-year period do you think you made the turn?
It was interesting, right? Short story. I was in college, and I was doing second. I ended up getting into a conflict, physical conflict.
Did you win that fight?
Huh?
No, just.
I did win that fight. You know? Yeah. But so I literally was in isolation.
Yeah.
When they sent me to Susan Barron's. And I had already made some adjustments in my behavior. So I was in school, at finals, at all classes, books up to the ceiling, was studying. And I made this decision and found myself at home during that 6 months of the war. I cried like a baby. I forgave myself. And I had to make the adjustment. That was important for me as a truth. Go to the power. I went in. I went into that little kid. I went into that little kid who really just wanted this, that. And so all these things that I was dealing with from my mom, that was manifested in self-sabotage behavior, I had to make the adjustment. And when I left there, I went to Susan back, took a computer, got right back over to made sure I went to Susan back, get tickets. Because at that point, I started to understand. And then I made
How long into the sentence was that?
How long was I sitting, huh?
How long into the sentence was that?
I want to say 6. 6 years.
6. Okay.
Because early on, it was really about doing things, right? It was really about, hey, that program, take that, hey, this program, I'll do that. And it really had nothing to do with the internal.
Were you doing a mandatory jail sentence?
Yes.
So you had to do every day. But do you think at some point during that mandatory jail sentence, along the way, you would have been a good candidate for a commutation?
Absolutely. But not towards the,
No, I get it. So
not in the
Maybe
first
7, 8 years.
7, 8 years, I was still, 6, 7 years, I was still kind of, you know, I had a round in me or two. By the 7th year, I was like, okay, you know, I really believe in this thing that I can become. I really believe in this young man.
So you've seen a lot of people that are doing long sentences, mandatory drug sentences, mandatory sentences for other reasons that are telephone numbers, in my opinion. Why do you think it is that we don't have more commutations? They don't all have to be first-degree murders. You know, we've done one commutation on a drug case in the 11 years that I've been on this council.
It's pure. The government, you God bless him, step in, make a decision. But there's been many good governors.
Why do you think they all wait to the end of their term to do it?
You know, in Massachusetts, I couldn't, because of the state like this, for all of, you know, we've been the first on many in Massachusetts. We can, we should be doing a lot better when it comes to the commutation system, because we're stepping up here. States saying they believe in something.
And just so people understand, we can't act on a commutation unless it's given to us
I know.
by a governor, whoever it is. And it's been one of my big disappointments in the 11 years I've been on here. Governor Patrick, who I have a lot of respect for, did one. You know, in 8
He
years.
is it for me to this day.
And that's my disappointment in him. And Governor Baker, I've said it multiple times publicly, I give him a lot of credit for having the courage to do these, especially with their first degrees, because that's hard. But even then, he waited 7 years into his 8th year to do them, and we've only gotten 2 so far. And there are a lot of people that really should get fair consideration by
Absolutely.
by the parole board of the governor's board of pardons, and have an opportunity to come and talk to us.
I think a lot of times when people think about it politically, the electorate wants us to think more broadly about the issue and be more progressive in our way.
I think most people in Massachusetts would support
You would be both.
criminal commutation, criminal cases, long criminal cases. I think the vast majority in this Commonwealth would. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor
I
Ferrara?
just have one more thing. So I have a daughter who studied in South Africa, and and I said to her the other day, I said, hey, you know, bring this into me, and she's gay. I don't know if I could produce somebody, they killed you. Would you want me to let them live? She said, absolutely. Said, no, as long as they were going to kill somebody else, I would want it. And she said, you gotta read the Amy Beale story. Like, Beale. So, 1997, white girl in Cape Town, South Africa, was stabbed and stoned to death by 4 black males in Cape Town. Her parents ended up starting a foundation to talk in favor of getting this. So I just bring that up as a point because, you know, try to reconcile. You know, the victim's family doesn't want Mr. Koonce out. Hey, my son never comes back. So, do you have any thoughts about that? Like, what do you tell people?
Listen, you know, you could never, ever, yes. I'm broken. You can never, ever take away. I just think that underneath the crime, this many cases, and that's to decide. We know that this particular crime is subject of debate. That this particular crime, that was and everybody in the state, it ain't just our opinion up here at the board. We can have you start looking at God, the institution, the gentleman, and they're constantly, everybody knows Tom Coons. And whatever happened back in the days, court cases happened for whatever reason. And I get we try the case. What we know is but again, there's a family grievance. And that is completely provided any decision. People is going to have to agree. And if someone happened to be and so, but if the crime didn't fit you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Drew. Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me, Tom. Professor Dunn, such was a in prison.
Excuse me, if you wish, you can take the mask off where you testify.
I wish.
Yes.
We all do.
I signed in the Boston Petition prison program since 2013. Same time I was a professor at Southern University. In my capacity in the prison program, go and teach a class as one.
Maybe get closer to the mic so I can.
I would go in every morning, Friday morning, and then I would have office hours all afternoon. Sometimes people would have an appointment, and sometimes people would just come by. That was a pretty important part of my function. And I knew Tommy from the very beginning, from his participation in the program and in my classes, and then later in my office hours. I just would like to say that he is not what I, or most people would expect. Somebody who's gone through that amount of incarceration. It was not bitterness in him. When he was turned down for his 2010 commutation, I was ready to pour on sympathy and feel bad, and I did. So I said, I'm really, really sorry, Tom. And he said, well, you know, I felt that way too, at first. And then I took a look at all these young boys that were coming in and how much need there was for somebody to listen to them and deal with them. And I didn't feel so bad anymore. I feel there's more I have to do here. And I have never forgotten that. It's hyperbole to say that he, there was a kid that made him very, very special to feel that. So I've known the prison program, also the restorative justice program. I remember the community partners and yearly programs, and I would put in witness and take them. And I was also involved with the prison dog program, which I don't consider dog. But in any case, while I was teaching full time at the house, I was also devoting as much time as I possibly could to coming into St. Norfolk and teaching. Can I tell you, he was in my class, was an excellent student. Everything that people have said about him, the integrity, the consistency, the deliberateness is true. What you see is what you get. You know, for 13 years, I've seen him off and on since I retired. And so he's not a person who
He's not a person who will disappoint you. He will make you, I mean, as a professor, he makes me and the program as a participant look good. He look good. He'll be out there. He's got plans. He's not just gonna go out there and, cheat players. He's got stuff to do. And we will help him, anybody, I'll give him the lunch, which is not a great big help, but that's what I do for Amanda, Nolan, and liked it with my classes. When they get out, I take up the lunch and, one of the things I ask them is, what do you miss? It's shocking because only somebody who's gone in there knows that there's something to be said for incarceration, level of friendship, the depth of friendship, which you saw with Conan. And he will have that support system, more so than most of us. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ann Moore.
Michael Katarius,
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
and Michael Katarius, that's Ann Moore's grandson who was incarcerated with Mr. Koonce. He's going to accompany his grandmother.
Okay, that's
Just
fine.
for the record.
You got another chair for him. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You have enough room or you want to? You can't, I think it's already, okay, we're good. Doesn't matter, either one of you. You can, as long as you identify yourself.
My name is Michael Fields.
Can you speak up just a little louder? Ma'am, can you, it's already, can you just move over a little? And get closer to the mic? Okay.
So I'm incarcerated.
Really project your voice. Keep on.
You're trying.
He's got a call, yeah. You're doing a fine job. Yeah,
Yes.
you're doing a good job.
My name is Michael Gutierrez, 30 years old. I was incarcerated with Tommy Coach from 2009 to 2015. Sentenced to 7 to 10 years. I've been by myself. I've been up for a week short of 5 years. Foreman in the Congress union. Here I go. Brought my first. Next month I'll be clean. So I say that to make a point that if it wasn't for Tommy Koonce, I probably wouldn't be like 2010, signed up to join the program. Second on to the program. In order to get that program, you have to go through the same cycle the kids go through. My cycle was a little different because it was a lot of cycle that I had. I think there was 30 something was trying to get. There was 18 months. 18 months to go through the cycle. Like 2 days a week, Mondays and Fridays for 2.5 hours. We sat there, we would express ourselves, how we felt, different topics, and then we'd be chilling. I was incarcerated for 2 people. So, when I joined the program, I would say to him, grow up and drinking. It's not the drinking, took it. Drinking, bro. And you challenge me, challenge me. That is what I started. Reflect on what I've been through, pain that I've caused, ripple. Don't. Part of my life. From that point on, to the cycle, became a counselor, pastor, did the work, then I became board director, helped to run the board, speak to people. The same help that he gave me, I was able to give that to people. Pain, talk with them, share my story. help them get over it. From there, I just kept on going. I changed. 28, 5 years old. First 2 years of incarceration, dealt in drug, continued lifestyle, got involved in programs, stopped. Second thoughts, 2012, with a gang, said no, try to get better. Got jumped. One kid, probably 150 pounds, got jumped. People. Next day, 5 individuals, Tommy Koonce, 4 other individuals going to camp, being leaders of gangs, so on and so forth, came together. Still justice came then. So, sit here today to let you know that Peter Dennis is true. Tommy, true example of what he says. He's one that cares tremendously about anyone who can touch. He had a job in booking. You see every kid that came to the camp. Any young kid that came to the camp. Try to stay in the right direction. That's something that's incredible. I believe, truly believe, what's the program, I want to be the person that success, at least and not going back. I'll do anything I can for Tommy. Whatever he needs, be there for him. Someone to talk to, whether it's a resume, you need a reference, or he wants to come to construction, he's all for that, but I'm trying to get him a job and you need to do that too. But Tommy is generally a great guy. If anyone, and I've ever met a lot of people in prison. If anyone in prison,
Thank you. Let me ask this now. You're in prison for 9 years and you met Tommy. This is MCI Norfolk?
Yeah.
And I couldn't hear you. You did a great job. No, you did not. Yes. Now, the second thoughts, was it hard to get in, or you said you didn't get in right away?
It was hard because we had the biggest group.
At that time?
That group, there was 30 of us trying to get in. There were only 17 slots.
So wait a minute now, hold on. At that time, so how many people were in the in second thoughts? 30?
No, that was just the people
Trying to get in.
There's the program. I think there was 17 slots. No, South Carolina slots that were allowed in the program. 20, there was 20 slots allowed in the program. I think there was only 6 available. So
6 available. 30 are trying to go 1 to 30.
130 trying to get into the program.
It's like getting into college. Even that. Okay, so you got in.
It's not easy, yes.
Okay, so in that sense, you were lucky. Okay. And then you said you met, I think, 2 days a week.
Yeah.
And he ran the show. Okay. And it was you could only have, which is 30. How many in second thoughts at one time?
The most counselors were 20.
20.
That's for counseling. There was 30 was trained to become a counselor.
I got it. Wow, wow. And you were there for how many years? When you said something about a cycle, what's a cycle?
So the cycle is, there was 8 topics. Rough 8 topics. Starting from the effects of incarceration to drugs, selling, to the kids.
Okay.
So each week you go over that topic. For us, there were so many people that the topics were
Yeah.
longer and longer.
And do you have to do I know it sounds crazy, but did you have to do homework?
No.
You didn't, did you have to do okay, next week, you're gonna talk, and so you had to have think about what
You want to know when it's your turn to talk. You want to be set. You get called upon and you have to speak the truth. I mean, it's all with yourself. I mean, it's all self, how you felt, what you thought about the topics.
And Mr. Koonce, he started this program. Oh, he didn't start the program.
No, he started, was in the program in Walpole. No?
Okay, so he were, when you were, at least when you were there, he ran the
The
program,
chair, he was the chair.
the chairman. Okay,
17 years.
I got it. Now, that was good. Now, you said something about it was a gang fight. And tell me about how his involvement or what,
So there was just a gang fight in the yard, in prison yard.
yeah,
So the next day, a couple individuals got that was involved in the fight. Leaders in the community came together and said, we're gonna stop this. How we do this, stolen justice came.
okay, okay, yeah, I get it, okay, yeah, okay. Now, where do you live now?
I live in
Stoughton, okay. And, yeah, okay, and Mr. Coons at one point lived in Brockton. So Stoughton, Brockton is pretty close, okay. And you're in the Carpenters Union?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe you can, if he does get out favor, yeah, you never know, he can,
Loaded.
Yeah.
Whatever you need.
yeah, that was good,
He touched a lot of my family. Speak. She's
it's good, very compelling testimony, and, you did a great job. We could not have done a better job for you, thank you. Thank you very much.
We're all
It's-
anxious to hear
it's-
from his grandmother.
Is your grandmother?
Well, she wants to speak to me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, if you could identify yourself too, ma'am?
I'm 80. Teach, taught special needs. Now, in special, and because of trauma, I used to go see the person. And when he first went in, he was going to be as prison. And then about after they gone, I used to go 2 weeks. And all of a sudden, he was in this program away with you. As a teacher, I asked a lot of questions of the teacher. And I was asking about this program, I was trying to get in. It's the second thought program. So that went on for weeks, 8 months. All of a sudden, I start to hear a change. I think, this seems to be doing some good. So then we would talk about, most of the time, talk about the program. So, one day, to me, I said to him, that program is good. Tell the fellow that this is doing you a lot of good. And it was, but he had life, you know, he said to me, well, if you want to tell her to program, what you think of it, come with me. I'm going to do it. And he introduced me. Third doctor. So I said to him, I want you to know that your program is very, as a teacher, I go, and you know you can hear it. So I said, I want you to know that this program has done a lot of good for me. This was maybe 2 years later. And Tommy, he said to me, well, thank you. I've been running this program for 20 years. You're the first person that ever said it was good. My goodness. You have to have some time I visited. Needless to say, we talked about the program. And I thought, I found out it was a very strict program. And there's a lot of things that you have to do, and a lot of things that you have to stand. So I thought, this is really good, and it was really good. The thing that changed my grandson. It was, he did today, from the program. But he just bought a house and he's doing nothing. So that my idea is, this is a program. So Michael can get out of 2017. And now I'm not going to get as a teacher, they like new ideas and so therefore I said, well, I would maybe write to my member to that Tommy and I have been writing back for 5 years.
Wow.
And I have known very little family, but he knows because I write and talk about what Michael's doing. I think this is one of the things you go out, you've forgotten about. People forget. And so I write them useful, if I could. So I write them and I tell them what Michael's been doing, how good he's been. And I met a few of the thoughts that are all doing good. And I feel that this is what they need to know. You need to know you've had an impact on somebody's life. And, when he said to me 20 years, told him that must have to put your energies into it. And I knew nothing about his where he was incarcerated for. So then I started asking Michael about him. To me, he's done a marvelous job with some of these people, of course. Succeed with all of them. And I taught special needs. So I know how hard it is to teach. And I know how hard it is to make someone really sit back and think of, maybe change something. So that's why, and I heard that Tommy was, going for this. Daughter who had a lot to do with it. That we were to do to govern it. So that's wrote I am so proud to be here, saying that he deserves everything he got my respect. He taught Michael so discipline, be respectful to everybody. He deserves everything.
Thank you again. Compelling testimony. Did a great job, and obviously, she appreciates all the hard work that you've done helping all these people over the years. Do any of the councilors, Councilor Devaney?
Michael, you have to be so. How many years ago was, how many years ago was that you were in So you were pretty, so, if you had had that problem,
I said, I didn't, why did I talking and personal? All books are different prisons. So when I got there, I was scared. Based on people doing more time. I ended up being complicated. Surely, probably continue my life, doing drugs and alcohol. It's easy to get drugs. It's easier to get in prison than it's- the way I live my life is party, stuff, medical. But don't do this, I would have been sick. Try what came out.
so what do you do now?
I do, I'm a cop,
Good for you.
foreman, I run.
And you, oh,
I do have a girl, that's me, that's story back. No, I do have a girl, but I live with, she has a son. We live together.
so, how do you think, like someone like you, with a wonderful family and support and grandma, how did this happen? Get into that kind of life? It's a depth.
No. You go back to, there's a lot goes into it. Grew up in a household, young, sister, my mother was, so I got away with it. Basically, raised myself, able to do what I did myself. So I grew up on the gate. Down there in the wintertime, there's nothing to do but get trouble. So down there, I started drinking, started smoking cigarettes. Started again. By that time, I got home. Especially when I had a license. One place to get rid of it. Just as great as forced me to search for what I want to do. Pain had come from people.
Good for you. Well, I have such respect for you. And to come here, to expose yourself and talk about your life and how you got here and that you needed help and it was trying to help you. And I have a where's your grandmother? She's amazing. Wonderful. I had a grandmother. But no, you are, you're a model program. The town wanted so to see you and for the people to know that too. And you've been successful and you've gotten it. And you put bigger. So thank you so much for coming. It was so meaningful. This is the most, I've been here 21 years. I have never ever heard of anything so strong, so unfair, so unbelievable. Like I said, travesty of justice keeps getting in my mind because that's what it is. So it means a lot. I'm sure it means a lot. Yeah. So
Thank you, Councilor Jubilo. Have a
How many years did you teach?
Well, that's a long story.
Well, give me the
We have
Reader's
plenty of
Digest
time.
version.
I raised 4 kids all by myself, okay? And then I thought, who's gonna mind 4 kids? Well, I didn't have a job. I graduated high school. So I went to college, that's when I lived in the and school life for 2.5 years. And a teacher. And then I was a teacher for 4 years. I got all these kids. I leave them and I go home. So I quit teaching and I worked for the department. I licensed them. And I went to Goodwill. I ran 6 stores. And
You were a special needs teacher too? Special needs teacher?
yes, I
Yeah.
thought
That's the hardest job of teaching, I think, of all.
well, it is,
Yeah.
yes. But it's never been a job.
Well, what we did.
I
Well-
thought the children that was bored or
Mike, you're very lucky to have a woman like this in your life.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Antonio Randolph.
You guys will not have to worry about hearing me.
Yeah, I guess not.
I'm used to it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Antonio Randolph. I didn't necessarily prepare words,
That's okay.
but I did do some bullet points because Thomas and myself, we have an extremely long history. Tom and myself, I've known Tom now 42, 43 years with childhood. We met in the 7th grade. In a lot of ways, I'm not here to shed light on things that have gone on during Tom's incarceration, although I will give some snippets here. But what I want to do is I want to focus prior to Tom's incarceration. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of framework as to who Thomas was prior to this incident that took place some years, 30 years ago. So Thomas and myself, we both agreed, we had decided at a very young age a path that we were going to take. And mind you, our childhood was very typical. I grew up in a house with a mother and a father. We kind of lived in the same neighborhoods for the most part. We played together as kids. We had good, we were good kids. Did we have fun as kids do as we grew up through high school? Yeah, we were the in crowd. We were actually the in crowd. So everybody wanted to be around us. I tell Tom, he's an influencer. Sometimes people don't know the influence they have. That's just something that Tom has always been. I heard the other gentleman mention Tom's consistency. Well, yeah, Tom is consistent. Nothing surprises me about his behavior in prison. You guys have his bio from prison on. I have his bio before prison. So nothing is inconsistent with Tom's behavior. I believe Tom had 2 tickets. One was for radio, unauthorized, one was for So I say all that to say, we had a typical childhood growing up. We played as kids, like everyone else did. As we grew up and we got older and we started traveling more, going more places, we would always go out and we would have fun. One thing I'll tell you, I heard someone mention something about Tom and his religion, or the fact that he found it, something. We've always, from day one, we would go out as kids on a Friday. But before we went out, we were going to youth group. That was the first stop we made on a Friday.
Where?
Youth group at the church. That was the first stop we made. Larry Johnson, great cartoonist for the Globe, was kind of our mentor. So we stayed grounded. We stayed at Christian retreats all the time, because that's what I think to do. Go to retreat, go to church. We went to church on Sundays. So we came from a very grounded household. Tom and I both decided to go. Why? Because we both wanted to become police. I am and have been for 7 years in the violence. So in a lot of ways, I say I am Thomas. I am Thomas. Although if Tom had continued the path we were on, I'm afraid to say he probably would.
What? I didn't hear you. He what?
He would have surpassed me. Tom was always smarter than I, and I'm very smart too, but he was smarter than I. I look at Tom and say, and look at his character, and then through the years of his incarceration, you see that he's obtained his college degree. He's had countless hours in the second thought program in restorative justice. Tom has been, as someone said, impactful to a point where we almost don't want to see him leave. That's Thomas. Thomas will always leave a situation better than when he came. And that's what he did to the prison system. The prison system today is better because of Thomas and the work he's done. And none of this surpasses me. He was bound for greatness from day one. God has, listen, we as men, we make plans. And God has. Because his plans are not our plans. And the lessons that he has for us, we're just mere humans. We're mere people. I can't begin to fathom the mind. Nor could Job in the Bible when he went through with you. But this is Tom's fault today. And that's the thorn in his side. Tom has always shown remorse. Tom has been contrite over the years. Tom and I have always kept in very, very close communication. I've never had a time when I didn't talk to Tom. So these conversations that I'm sharing with you are conversations that I've had with him. Tom remains to this day contrite and remorseful for the crime that was committed. He's expressed this to me countless amounts of times. Tom also has 30 years of incarceration history that you guys all have before you. And from all indications outside of 2 tickets that have been mentioned numerous times, his entire time while he's been incarcerated has been exemplary. Again, no surprise. Tom has shown you, I'm giving you glimpses of his childhood. You have a 30-year history of his time in prison. Tom has continued to show you, me, and the world who he is. Was there a mistake made? Yes. And this, my testimony, is in no means to minimize, lessen, mute the feelings that the Santos family experiences. Their pain is real. And what they feel is real. And my heart goes out to them. Having said that, I feel the board would be remiss to keep Thomas in where he is, where I feel there's so much more good that the world experiences. And I think the stage is much greater than the platform which he serves right now. I think Tom needs to serve a greater platform that more people can experience what he has to offer. I've heard many people ask questions regarding his support and what would you do for Tom? Well, I've been here. I have not served ever, obviously, a day in jail, but a part of me has been locked up because he is a part of me. As long as he's locked up, a part of me, because I will never sell that coin. And I'll continue In fact, I was standing by my brother till the day. Because that's who we are. And I believe with every ounce of my being. As you heard me say, I'm retired. Retired, thank you, Jesus. But I lay that before you. Everything that I am, my career, I put on the line. Just to show you that I believe in who he is. And yes, I'll stake my police career and my military career on this day.
Thank you very much. Antonio. We've heard from other folks about his institutional record. You gave us a glimpse of his record before he was incarcerated. It seems to me that before he was incarcerated, you know him as good as anyone, maybe even better than most people. You know, you talk about, you went to church, and before you go out on a Friday night, you went to the youth group in the church. It sounds great, but here's what troubles me. I remember when I grew up, none of my friends carried a gun. I mean, he's got a 22 cal. I mean, why did he have a gun? Is this, and you may not know this, I don't want to put you in the spot. I'm making it easy. You could say, let him answer that. But I'm sure it wasn't the first night that he carried a gun. This incident, it couldn't be the first night he carried a gun. I mean, I don't know that. My gut, and that's all it is, says, this is what that group did. They had guns and I know you're gonna say you didn't, but carry a gun.
I just want to say, so that particular night in question, I was with Thomas. We were both home on leave. I was in the Navy. He was in the Marines. We were together earlier. And we were going to someone called me. I'm home on leave. We're 20 years old. Some girl calls me. My plans change. I'm going home. And they go on to the movies. But this is what I was. Tom has never. I've gone out with Tom too many times. We grew up together. Tom had that gun legally. Prior to Tom having that gun, Tom never carried one. Tom did have that gun, but Tom possessed that gun legally. Tom, there's nothing nefarious about it. There's nothing illegal. Now you could mention the action of firing the gun. You could discuss that. You can show that he more than adequately is. But as far as his possession of that gun, he possessed that gun.
No, I get it. I know he was legally and lawfully able to carry that gun. I get that. But my question is why? Why would, just because he had a right to carry it, and you may not be able to answer it, and I appreciate that.
Well, I can only answer from my perspective. I can't answer from the mind of someone else. But if you ask
I don't know if he ever told, no, I don't want to ask that. I don't know if he ever said to you, hey, Antonio, I got my gun again. Or this, did you know that he carried a gun?
Tom was never braggadocious and flamboyant like that.
Well,
Honestly, I didn't even know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So for all you know, he could have carried a gun. We know it's legal. We know he could have carried, and you know him, you're one of his best friends. He could have carried this gun every time you went out for 2 or 3 or 4 years before. You don't know?
No, I didn't. Because we were close like that.
Well, did you know he had the gun that night?
I would have known. I got dropped off at the house.
I understand.
So from that point on,
no, I totally get. But did you know he had the gun before you were dropped off at the house?
No.
So did you ever know of any night that he ever had carried a gun?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious. How would that come up?
It was simply just for safety.
So what was he concerned about? You say safety. I don't carry a gun. Like safety as to what? Like, was he worried about someone was after him? Was he worried about that's what I'm trying to get at?
No.
Safety. Most people.
Tom was home on leave. So, no, we weren't worried about anybody. But, I mean, this is the world we live. I don't know exactly you're asking why someone would legally carry a gun.
At that age, at that age.
I don't even think, I think if I'm allowed to carry a gun, I don't even, age is not even important. The fact of the matter is, if you're saying I'm legal and I can carry a gun, you're saying I'm old enough and I have the wisdom and the maturity to handle that. So you've given me this license, and so I will.
You know, I just don't know people, I know a lot of people who have a license, but I know very few people who just on a regular basis going out to church, going out to a party, going to the movies. I just,
Those are dangerous places now, unfortunately. We didn't know then.
yeah, I gotta,
A lot of
I have
that's
to,
transpired
I have to,
years.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Going to church, I know, we see it in the news, but generally going to church, you wouldn't think that's
And
a
yeah, I'm not
dangerous
saying
place.
yeah,
I don't know
Yeah.
if I'd go that far, but I was just surprised. And I understand you don't know why, like, your best answer is the way I got it. He carried a gun for safety. I mean, he's not a small man, he's a big guy, so he wanted to protect himself, is the impression I'm getting from you. From who? I guess I'll have to ask him that. Thank you, Councilor Kennedy.
I just want to follow up with that. You were with them earlier? Were you with Mr. Reese, was it earlier as well?
I believe so.
Okay, he had a shotgun.
Yeah.
Did you see the shotgun? The shotgun couldn't have been legal.
Yes, and I'll admit, I was friendly with James. I wasn't as friendly.
I mean, I kind of agree with Councilor Ianella that, you know, when I was 20 years old, I went out to clubs, I went to places, never carried a gun. To my knowledge, none of my friends ever carried a gun. I had the same problem, and I brought it up with him when I went to see him. That was the biggest mistake he made in his life.
Thomas, always wanted to join the police department, so he always had a thing that he liked guns, and I think it was.
But I know a lot of police officers that when they're off duty, they never carry a gun. They don't want anything to do with them when they're off duty. That's what they all tell me. Huh?
Yeah.
Council Ferrara never carried a gun when he was a police officer. He told me that hundreds of times. When he went home, he never had one.
Well, that's a personal preference that one can take. I carry one. I know a lot of people that I work with do carry one, but that's personal preference. That anyone, if you.
But you understand where he's coming from, that you
Yes,
got,
yes,
you know,
yes,
you got two kids, the
Yes,
kids.
yes.
I know they're men under the law and carry a weapon.
Yes.
Get two kids going out to a club, dance, meet girls, whatever, and they're going loaded with a shotgun and a pistol. You gotta wonder why.
And I would think that if probably when you speak with Tom, I think he would probably say, probably err on the ledge. Maybe.
You know, but then you have the added part of the shotgun. I mean, it begs the question what was really going on in some ways. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Giulio.
Thank you for your presentation. I find it compelling. It's a good statement. Do you know where he bought the guns?
At that time, I believe I was in the Navy.
He was on leave, wasn't he?
Yeah, we were both home.
And for how long was the leave?
For myself,
A week or two?
yeah, maybe a week.
Well, I remember being in the service. They didn't give you a hell of a lot of time off on leave. So, I read that the gun was bought, there were two guns bought in Washington State, where he was stationed. Did he have a mass permit to carry the pistol?
I don't know.
Did you have one?
No, at the time I was in the military.
So you say he had the gun legally. He purchased it legally, but if he didn't have a license to carry it in Massachusetts, then it was illegal. And the shotgun carried by Mr. Reese, however you pronounce his name,
Reese.
it was described as a sawed-off shotgun. You know what that is?
Yes.
Why does somebody have a sawed-off shotgun in your opinion? Do you know about weapons?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me that a sawed-off shotgun is illegal in the state of Massachusetts, and I believe it was illegal in 1987. I think it was a 10-year felony to possess one, still is. And the difference between a sawed-off shotgun and a regular shotgun that you can buy is the shot spreads quicker. It takes a lot of people out at once, right?
Yes.
So when one has a sawed-off shotgun, and by what I've read, he took it apart, the drive, he put it down his pants so that people couldn't see it when he walked. Sawed-off shotgun is valuable in the sense that it's easier to conceal.
And that was speaking about James Reed.
Yeah, yeah. So as one of the counselors said, why would you have a gun and then your friend has a sawed-off shotgun and you're going into an area that, from what I've read, wasn't particularly safe for Brockton kids? Right? I mean, there was some issues between New Bedford kids and Brockton kids, right?
Yes.
You were a Brockton kid?
Yes.
You still live in Brockton? No, where do you live now? Oh, okay. So, when somebody, I look at it this way, somebody has a sawed-off shotgun, somebody else has a pistol. They go to an area that is an area where trouble could happen in New Bedford, and it did happen. 2 different instances before the gun was used. I look at that and I go, and I grew up in Western Massachusetts. I grew up around guns when I was a kid. I had a shotgun when I was 10, but we went in the woods and did things. And in my time on the state police, if I had stopped somebody that the passenger had a pistol and the driver had a sawed-off shotgun, I only have one conclusion. Somebody's going down, or somebody's looking for trouble, right? So that's a troubling aspect of the case. But I think you're a good friend of his, and I appreciate you sticking up for him.
And again, I say that, I don't think that there was, if you look at the totality, I think Tom and I, so yes. Would you do that? Of course.
Well, if we could do that, all of us would be president of Harvard or the governor of Massachusetts, right?
Again, I'll also state this. We were 20, and maybe we weren't the smartest, obviously.
No, I get it.
So.
At 20, we all thought we were
all
smart,
make the right decisions, we did.
and we were all dumb.
But the core of who a person is who he is. Did Tom, would one say that Tom erred in judgment and made a flaw? Yes.
No, I get that. I get that. And I'm gonna tell him this when I ask him. What he did in prison to me is astounding. In fact, I don't know who's gonna take his place and help those inmates, so I'm troubled to think that we should probably keep him in there. He's doing such good work. Just kidding.
He'll do even better.
Just kidding.
Thank you. Councilor DePaula, you're the person.
Yeah, real briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just listening to this discussion around the weapon. And I grew up in a suburb of Worcester, and when I was a kid, I thought Worcester was safe. When I was a little kid. Since then, like one of the earlier witnesses, I've been a special education teacher, and I've worked with kids who have trauma in their background and who aren't functioning in a traditional school setting. And some of them carried weapons, and they did it because they were terrified to walk through their neighborhood. Maybe because of something that happened with them, maybe something that happened with their siblings, whatever it is, their friends, right? Kids who have PTSD, serious PTSD when they hear a bang walking through their neighborhood. So I've dealt with that. And as a kid and as an adult, I've dealt with kids in the suburbs and in the rural communities who have guns. sometimes not legally, and they go out to the woods to shoot things, like I heard before. And the kid going out to have fun for the hell of it, to me, is as concerning as the kid who thinks he or she needs a weapon to feel safe in their community. What do you think about that?
What do I think about your making the connection between the two individuals?
Sure.
Yes, I can draw a connection. I can understand that you would have concern.
And not related specifically to Mr. Koonce, but again, I beat a drum. Weapons charges are where we have the very largest disparities by race in terms of sentences people receive in Massachusetts. 180 days, right? 100 compared to 30 years, it's not very long. 180 days is a long time. So I just wanted to throw that into this conversation because context and perception shades these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we'll hear from, and by the way, once all the witnesses have been exhausted. Okay, well, we're very easygoing here. Thank you for coming back. And Councilor Devaney.
You have to start over though.
Thank you. I just wanted to, it's very sad. Police officer killed. So. So you said something about if Tom's had this program, justice or second, it would be different. Tell us how
Tell me, excuse me, I follow your question.
how was it for inmates before these programs?
I know nothing about the prison system.
But you said it would be a whole different thing. He hadn't had these programs. So what would you guess would be?
Okay.
Maybe.
So, yes, so now, so Tom's work in, you mean like restorative justice in first thought?
Yeah.
A second thought, excuse me. So what do I perceive what that would look like now if Tom hadn't been involved?
That's
I can only listen to the people whose lives he has affected. And as far as I'm concerned, he's affected. And there's one person out there walking the street and they. But from all indications, we've only scratched the surface of the people that he's affected. So by saying that, I can say, wow, the effects that Tom has had on those programs have been huge. Just listen to the testimonies of those who are affected. I don't know very much at all about the prison system. I have no idea what that life is like. I wouldn't be, I can't relate to it.
Like they
So-
They have no friends, they have no support system.
And
So what happens?
And I've also heard, I heard the gentleman mention earlier, who stated that Thomas was kind of Jesus. Now, I don't know. Both know who he is, so if that's for me, but this is what I will say. No, I really feel like Thomas, although, no, he's not Jesus, but he was food for those who are hungry. He was knowledge for those who thirst. He provided something that they weren't getting. The prison system wasn't providing these things for them. But Thomas did. Thomas helped that program to be a breeding ground of success and stories like those we heard today that make us say, yeah, there is hope. Just because someone goes into prison It's something that they did to get them there, as the gentleman said. But that's not who they are. That's not who they are as a person. Now, as the other gentleman also stated, and I listened to him, as to, he said, when people come into prison, they can tell whether people are, the old saying, selling wolf tickets, meaning they can tell when people are just full of crap. And they can tell when someone's a good one. Gentleman said he sat back and watched Tom. He listened to pastors, he listened to ministers speak. But when they go home, I don't know. But this man lived his life before me. And in that setting, he can't hide. Tom showed courage and has shown courage his entire time that he's been incarcerated. Tom would have been, in my opinion, it would probably not, obviously, like, I've never spent any time in prison, so I don't know. But I would imagine it's always harder to go against Tom. Tom has gone against him. Tom has done, as we've heard people say, confronted people, those who were doing wrong, those who wanted to get into a program. He wouldn't allow them because they weren't up the right path. So he held those measures and he didn't waver, as he's never wavered on much of anything in his life. Has Tom made mistakes? Yes, he has.
You know, it's been medicine, everything he said, all the people that he helped. And yet, when he went up to parole in 2014, they denied him because they said he's helping everybody else, but he's not helping himself. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Tom, I've often referred to Tom in this way. I said, here I am, I'm a free man. I got the world right in the palm of my hands. I can go where I want to go. I can do what I want to do. Why is he calling me and picking me up? How does a man who's incarcerated pick you up? And I'm quote unquote free. He's bound. Sometimes I get out the phone and wow, how does this man make me feel like this? I should be making him feel like empowered. But oftentimes our own conversation begins. And again, that's a measure of who he is.
Your testimony. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we'll hear, well, just a few more housekeeping matters. We'll hear from the witnesses, and then we'll take a short break. And when we come back after the break, we'll hear from Mr. Koonce's attorney, and then we'll hear from Mr. Koonce. Okay? So at this point, we'll hear from Thomas Andrews.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
So, my name is.
And one thing, if you could speak a little louder and into the mic.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Thomas Andrews. I'm the son of the man that I'm talking about today. I'd just like to start by taking a second. His family. It's Mark Sancho's family. The man today. I also realize how extraordinary this moment is. I didn't think that I'd ever speak. So I have to thank the governor for this opportunity, which he took in his decision, and also you all consideration. Really means a lot, and it's bigger than myself. It's bigger than Dad, and it's big to me on so many different levels. So, I, much like all of you, been trying to make sense of this all for 30 years. And I've had people come out of the woodworks to find me to share the impact that my father has had on them. From a child, my first time seeing my dad that I remember was when I was 12 years old. It was very difficult to go to the prison. And again, to make sense, I was born in May 1992, and my father went was incarcerated in June 1992. So every year I turn every birthday I have, is a reminder of, how many years he's been there. 30 is a big year. I'm now losing my hair. He doesn't have his. But just to watch us both grow. And when I was younger, it was extremely difficult for me to make sense of it all. And to wrap my head around case, the details, process, courts, the prisons, the victim's family. I had to do a lot of work internally for myself, and my father helped me through. And so did my parents and my community. And I have a lot of people to thank for that. But I do have to thank my dad for his strength through that. He wasn't there physically for me, but as long as I remember, I was always in touch with him as a child through mail. Started sending me cartoons to color in. He always really paid attention to my interests and just addressed them in letters that we wrote back and forth. As I grew older, sorting through adolescence, he always coached me. And what he's done for, he's helped on the inside, he's also put into my ear and taught me to never give up and to never stop doing the right thing. That followed me through everything. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about every decision that I make and how important the decisions that you make are. I listened to before he was this tragic accident and after this tragic accident, and people that knew him before and after, but I really had to follow the journey and to really place yourself and understand what he does and how he inspires you to just do the right thing and take accountability. And whenever he was growing up, he was on honor roll. So when I was younger, he left an example for me to be on. Whenever I saw that, he made a poor decision, tragic decision, horrible decision, but still kept wanting to be good and doing good things, that made me a little more comfortable in the horrible, terrible decisions I made in my life to overcome that and keep going and keep moving. He established programs while he was incarcerated, and I wanted to establish programs in high school, got together with some students, and we collected gently used teddy bears to give the kids back during the war. And that's kind of how leadership became really important to me at a young age and inspired. We started speaking Spanish over the phone. I was learning Spanish. He started learning Spanish, and he's probably better at Spanish than I am at this point. As technology has evolved as well, so we really learned together. So it's not a traditional father-son experience, but it was the best one he had ever produced. He went to BU. It became a goal for me to go to get in on my first time. I, worked really hard my first semester at UCF and gained a 4.0 and transferred when I went to BU. It's just, I could go on and on about lessons that I've learned from this man. And we talk on the phone, but I haven't been able to see him on that side of the prison. The prison's not a place that I want to be or, associate with. It's even visiting, it's very emotionally, it takes a toll, a large toll. I'm sure he would have liked to see me more in the prison, but because he couldn't, we maintained a relationship on the phone, and he's always found a way, even when I didn't want to talk, to be there for me. And sometimes when I didn't want to talk, there was times that he was there, and I was just so grateful that we powered through that and that I did accept him into my life to fill some of that void that I felt without him there. So, with that, again, I know this is a situation no one wants to be in, especially myself. But I'm happy to hear the conversations that this board is having. I'm happy to see things happen within the system, and I'll leave it with that. Again, this feels bigger than me, although it's extremely special and important to me on a deeply personal level, and I thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. I'm sure your father's so proud of you today. So proud of you today. You did a really good job. You really did. Now, you said you graduated from VU like your father.
I did.
And when did you graduate?
2015.
And I'm just curious, what are you doing now?
So I actually studied hospitality. Then I went over to London and explored that a little bit. I did some leadership roles within the university. I was a student advisor, so I welcomed all the kids in for orientation programs for Boston University. I left the university and went to their London location, and also led as a student life manager. So I helped the students just to emotional and cultural shock and awareness and set up activities for them using my hospitality degree. I did an internship with the Ritz London while I was there, which was an incredible program. And back since I was in Atlanta, I was inspired to have ongoing conversations. Leadership, entrepreneurship is really important to me. So in 2018, I started my own LLC. I did some consulting, and now I moved into tech and recently just last year. So,
Excellent, excellent. And where do you live now?
so I'm in New Hampshire, but work hasn't been just travel.
Okay. I'll ask the councils if they have any questions, and where you haven't seen your father from the outside, it's totally up to you. If when we conclude the questioning, before you sit down, if you want to shake his hand or give him a hug, that'd be fine. That's totally up to you, where you haven't seen.
After this.
No, as soon as you go back to your seat, because I know it's such a big deal. You've done a great job, and if you just want to,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah. Council Kennedy.
The testimony was tremendous, very powerful. Councilor Iannella said that he's sure your father is really proud of you, but there are a lot of things that, and everybody who's been in prison has children, their children can't say this, but there are a lot of things he's done that you should be proud of.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other, Councilor Devaney?
Nice to see you. I've heard so many people. So. It's a. I have to say, I had a child. But now, tell me, this is a difficult thing. See if who was feeling. Now, what's he instilled in you?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I honestly can sum it up by every decision you make matters. One decision from a different life at any point. It's a quote for me. It's a very important quote, and again, I think that I judged this case. I judged him as my dad, and I had questions, serious questions. Who he was before, who he was after, and who he is as a father. And, my answers were that, and what I've come to after 30 years of looking at all this is that one decision can change it entirely. And, you have to live, and we're human, which is why systems and processes are extremely important to have as those fall safes. And again, I think someone that shows character before that, honorable student in the military, served for the United States. Those are things that make me really proud to know, that he worked hard before. It wasn't that he just all of a sudden had an epiphany while he was sitting in prison and wanted to be better. It was him wanting to be better before that. And he was, again, I don't like to go into the case, but tragic decision.
So how does it bond your goals?
From a very young age, he wasn't there physically, but he set an example for me. And so, again, there's big shoes. I don't know that I can touch all the people that he's touched the way he's touched, and listening to other people talk about him, I'm with my mask on in the back, and sometimes my jaw's just kind of left open because I haven't heard of all the stories. And I haven't been able to meet, all the people, but from what I've heard, it makes an impact and it makes me want to do better every day.
I'm so glad you came, and years to come, we'll look back and you'll be so thankful that you did, that you just have a remarkable relationship, and everyone told me all about you, so you're a fine young man, and I wish you all the luck. Thank you for coming, very meaningful.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Council Juvenile.
I don't have a son. If I did, I would hope he'd be like you. You're amazing.
Appreciate that.
And hopefully in the not too distant future, you and your dad can go to some restaurant, have a dinner and
I hope to cook for him.
So go hug your dad.
Thank you very much. You can give a big hug to each other.
I'm available. I need something. Bill.
Next we'll hear from Misty Severini.
She's Thomas's.
I'm sorry?
She's Thomas's mom. She's here with Thomas Andrews.
Okay,
So if you want to talk, Misty, sure. This is Misty Severini on the list.
Yeah, I have her on my list.
Yes, yes, you can see it.
My name is Steve Severini, daughter of Thomas. And I'm there on behalf of Thomas Koonce, and I just don't think that Tom should have to see first degree murder for this situation with respect to Sandra family. Sad. Just the second trial, and I just feel that it just didn't right. And I just feel that we're at this point.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the Council Juvenile?
I have found the justice system to be very cruel and unforgiving and racist. But it is what it is. Slowly, we hope to change it little by little. Maybe he can help us do that.
Yeah, we know he will.
He did a great job raising his son. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for coming, and this must have you to speak. Can you just express out you felt that you police of the police?
Tom and I stood date before our son, and when Tom went away, Tom's with son. And I've never felt this way, served the sentence he received. And I always felt that I needed to, be beside him and support our son, and, let my son, let our son know the truth. It was an accident that happened, and they, so I would be sorry for that, but sentence.
Thank you. That was it's very generous of you to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will exhaust the list of the people who are here in support of Mr. Koonce's commutation. At this point, Valerie, have you heard of anybody who was here through webcam who wants to speak in opposition? There's no one here in opposition, but I feel, with all due respect to the Santos family, they did write a letter to the parole board back in, I think the letter here is here, October 26th. So I will read that letter. And this is a letter from Mr. and Mrs. John Santos. So I want to read the letter, and we will put it in the official record. Dear Governor Baker, our family is writing to you of the concern of a commutation hearing that in the near future will be on your desk for decision. We find the process to be traumatic, and it seems whenever our family is close to normalcy, Koonce is allowed to bring us back to the beginning. On July 21st, 1987, our family encountered a life-changing traumatic loss of life when our son, Mark James Santos, was shot in the heart by Koonce, who had a complete disregard of a human life. In the years that have passed, we have experienced unbearable grief, pain, anger, and suffering. The heart attack never ends, and when we seem to be making strides, Koonce brings us back to July 21st, 1987. Until today, my husband and I are constantly worried about our oldest son's, Mark's oldest sibling, who resides in Florida. He self-medicates because he still can't deal with the loss of his brother, and now it has caused dysfunctional relationships with his children and grandchildren. For his protection, we have not told him about the commutation hearing in regards to his brother Mark's death. For Mark's oldest sister, this was the catalyst of her depression, which has affected her mental health and daily living to this day, as she continues to attend many doctor's appointments to keep her mental health intact. Mark's twin brother had two life-threatening events occurred. One was a car accident that he and his sister had to be extracted from the vehicle with the jaws of life. The second incident occurred while he was working at a liquor store stocking shelves when a shooter entered the store and killed the owner, who was a tremendous support system and mentor to Michael. Our youngest daughter, whom is Mark's younger sibling, has experienced self-destructive behavior, but thank God overcame it. She is the mother of our granddaughter, Ashley, whom Mark christened just hours before he was murdered. At the time, Ashley was 5 months old with breathing issues. He was on a monitor. After going to the emergency room several times, Mark asked God not to take his niece and to take him instead. There are many problems that can be mentioned on how the death of Mark has affected us all. However, these are the ones that have affected us the most. Mark was a twin to his brother Michael. He loved kids, but had none of his own. So when his sister asked him to christen her daughter, Ashley, on July 20th, 1987, and he was thrilled. Mark was very courageous and tried to protect everyone. That's why he was out there that night he was murdered. He was not at Albrahama's or Burger King's. However, when he heard these younger guys were involved in something, he went to help them. His mother, told him to be careful because these young kids shoot first and run. He was never involved with the law and was hoping to become a police officer, which he was being investigated as a position of a police officer with my neighbors. Just before Mark was murdered, he found out he had passed the police exam and was so excited. Mark was a New Bedford High School graduate with future aspirations of becoming a police officer. He would have been a valued asset to the New Bedford community, which he loved dearly and wanted to serve and protect. Mark was protective of his family, and since he valued his friends like his family, he was protective over them as well. As his parents and family, as victims, we have served 33 years of our life sentence, and he has only served 28 years. If Koonce's sentence is shortened, what board should we go to for our sentence reduction? Our family is asking Your Honor to not renege on a promise that the state of Massachusetts made to our family in 1992. It was the promise of life in prison without a chance of parole that ensured our family that we deserve justice for our loved one, Mark James Santos. Respectfully, Mr. and Mrs. John Santos. That has exhausted anyone who wants to speak or sent us a letter. That will be part of the record. It's 3:15. Why don't we take a 10-minute, give or take, a break? And then when we come back, we'll hear from Mr. Koonce's lawyer, and then we'll hear from Mr. Koonce. Okay? Good afternoon again, everybody. We're going to resume the hearing. A couple of things. We are getting a lot of, I don't want to say complaints, but folks who are trying to watch the commutation hearing online, YouTube, webcam. I having difficulty for those folks. We apologize. It's not us, it's technical issues by the staff here. We apologize, but unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do about it. So we'll just hope for the best. I know some folks are saying that they're not speaking loud enough, but that doesn't appear that it's making a difference where we had Antonio Randolph who spoke very loudly and they can't hear it all. But it is what it is and we're doing the best we can.
Counselor, I understand, but is there any way that they could turn the mics on?
The mics are on. Thank you. The mics are on as loud as they can be.
We only have.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes. Right. Okay. And one other thing, just to give everyone, this is a question you might ask once the hearing is over. What happens next? The council will, in the next few weeks, we'll go over a lot of the material. There's been a lot of witnesses, a lot of material that we have. So the goal is right now that we plan to vote on the commutation of Mr. Koonce on Wednesday, February 16th. That's the goal, on February 16th. Having said that, Mr. Foley, if you're ready, we'll hear from you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ionella. I did have a prepared statement, Council, but since a lot of what I was going to state has already been stated, I won't be repetitive in a lot of the information I was going to share. Yes. I would like to start out by thanking, of course, Governor Baker and his legal staff for their intensive and extensive evaluation of the petition and getting us to this point for the consideration of your advice and consent by the Governor's Council here. And also the Advisory Board of Pardons for their work that they put forth in the hearing that we had there back on October 27th of 2020. Having stated that, I want to give credit where credit is due here. I came into this hearing as counsel for this petition as counsel for Mr. Koonce secondary. Prior to my representation, Attorney Patty Guerin and three of her Northeastern University law students, Andrea Fishman, Madeline Thompson, Bashar Zandian, submitted the initial 2014 petition for commutation. And that's the package that you got from the original. Then there was two supplements since then. I filed the last supplement on June 24th, 2020. Having stated that, I came into, I guess I'm gonna be like another witness here because it's support, because I am gonna go off script. I came into this petition through a friend of Mr. Koonce by the name of James Perkins. James Perkins James Perkins grew up with Tom Koonce, a lot like Antonio Randolph did in Brockton, Massachusetts. And I worked with James Koonce for about, I want to say 11 years at the Stoughton District Court. James Perkins at the Stoughton District Court. And James would talk about Thomas Koonce a lot. He'd talk about him to me and talk about his case and the predicament that he was in. And at one point, I left my employment there and I said to my coworker, I said, if your friend ever needs any assistance, I'm interested in that case. I've read about it. I've heard about it. I said, let me know. So sure enough, about 5 years later, I get a call from James Perkins. And the issue was, there was a little bit, as you heard, the initial petition was filed by 3 students in 2014 of Northeastern Law School, and they had moved on, and they're no longer students. And so
one's a judge now.
One's a judge, yes. So Mr. Koonce was, looking for some representation. So I went and I said to my wife, we live in South Walpole. Said, I'm going to take a ride over. I told James Perkins I would take a ride over and see Mr. Koonce. And I rode over there, I believe it was a Sunday morning, and I went in the prison like many other people here, and I know that some of the council have been in that prison, and I know that you've been there as council and visiting, and I figured I'd be there an hour, and I talked to Mr. Koonce and get a read on what's going on and make a decision on, because it's a big commitment to take something like this on. And I went into the prison, met with Mr. Koonce. 4.5 hours later, I left the prison. If I stayed another half hour, I probably would have been in second thoughts myself. It was an experience like I've never had in my life. This man was just incredible. And I say this all, and I get to that because this reminds me of another time I went in to visit Mr. Koonce at the prison, which was just on January 12th this year, when the decision came down from Governor Baker to commute the sentence. I had been told about 45 minutes prior to the public announcement. I went straight to the prison to tell Mr. Koonce, and I wanted to tell him in person before it was public. I walked into the room, to the visiting room, said, "I have some good news." Told him what that was, and his first words to me were, "Tim, it's a great day for me, but obviously it's a very trying and sad day for Virginia Santos and her family." First thing he thought of, and that's real. And from myself too, I want to, obviously, my condolences, and we've never, in our discussions about this commutation or any discussions we've had leading up to any hearing, Mr. Santos has always been in the conversation, and his thoughts and his family has always been in the conversation. And beyond that, Mr. Koonce has certainly lived, not only talking about remorse, but he's lived, as you heard today from other witnesses, he's lived a life of remorse over the last 30 years while incarcerated. And I say that, and we heard some thoughts about consistency. I can give you some of the consistency that Mr. Koonce has had while at MCI Norfolk. He has been housed at MCI Norfolk since 1993. As we heard, there have been no institutional failures, which means no return to higher custody once he was there. That is a medium security prison, but it does have a wall around it. It is a prison. He has been in the same cell block for 29 years. Lived in the same cell for 27 years. He's worked as a custodian at the MCI Norfolk booking intake area for 21 years. So, and we, again, talked about the disciplinary reports and things like that. He's a key figure in the development of the restorative justice program, as we heard from Michael Katerius and from Conan Harris. He's participated in, I know the materials have been submitted, numerous programs. The pastor talked about the Vogue program and many other programs. But what I always come back to, it's interesting that when I was getting involved in this and, MCI Norfolk, I'm looking for the phone number to call or something like that, or like do something there. I did a little research on the prison. And in 1927, the founder and designer of MCI Norfolk was a man by the name of Howard Gill. And he reasoned that it would be possible to diagnose and treat the root problems that led to crime and redirect inmates toward constructive behaviors. Thomas Koonce, in my opinion, almost 100 years later, has taken on that same theme. It did change from that, obviously, as we heard, it's a community prison, but Thomas Koonce took that spirit, Howard Gill, almost 100 years ago, and lived that the entire 29 years he's been incarcerated at MCI Norfolk. So, having said that, again, most of what I was going to read, what I was going to relay to the board, to the council today, has been covered by others. So what I would ask that, in my opinion, what you heard today, and what you'll continue to hear, and I think what you believe when you hear from Thomas Koonce, that whether he's in prison or outside prison, Thomas Koonce is the type of person that makes the world around him a better place. It's something I truly believe. It's something that I've come to learn. So, having said that, I would ask that you seriously consider the advice and consent of the governor's commutation when you have your deliberations that are heard, that may be on the 16th of this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Foley. Now, how long have you been on the case?
Since 2019.
Now, is this a pro bono case? Are you getting paid?
It's pro bono.
That's pretty amazing too.
Well, it's the reason I went to law school.
Yeah. Well, no, that's
honestly.
Yeah, no, I thought someone told me that, and I commend you for that. I mean, to do pro bono work, because, you still have, you have a family, you gotta pay the rent, you gotta pay the electric bill, whether your office or at home, and to do something like this, because this is a huge commitment, I'm sure. Huge commitment. I want to thank you for doing this work, and I'm sure Mr. Koonce and his family also appreciates it. Yeah, I have a question. I mean, you heard myself, Councilor Kennedy, and I think there were a couple other councilors when we were talking to the district attorney. And I'll speak for myself. I fear, by looking at all this evidence, looking at all the documentation, that Mr. Koonce was overcharged. Whether it should have been second degree or manslaughter, I don't do criminal work, I do personal injury. But either way, it did not seem to me to be a first degree murder case. And just your opinion, because you've looked at this, all the documentation more than I have. What's your thought on whether or not, way back when, 19 or 30 years ago, whether or not he was overcharged?
That's an interesting question. When you look at case law and you apply it to facts, which is what we usually do as attorneys, and to evaluate a case like this, there hasn't been, I haven't done the research in the last 2 years, but I don't think there's been a first degree conviction, somebody shooting into a crowd without, and that includes attending to shoot, aside from this one. I may be corrected by that, but that was something that also was brought up by the 2010 board, the Advisory Board of Pardons, and they did some research on it as well. Now, stating that, the facts and circumstances surrounding this case, and in my opinion, whether it was first degree, second degree, or manslaughter, Mr. Koonce immediately, soon after Mr. Reese was charged with this crime, went into the police station with his mother and took, what I would call is moral responsibility for what happened. Not quite legal responsibility, because as we heard, we all have a legal right to a defense under the Constitution. We can exercise our right to a trial, or we can plea out, and we heard a lot about that earlier. However, Mr. Koonce certainly took moral responsibility. Now, when you get into the legal side of it, there was obviously a trial in 1990, which was, I believe, was a 2-week trial, in which from what we've heard through different avenues, that the jury, it was a hung jury, and the jury came back 10-2, 10 for not guilty, 2 for guilty of manslaughter. Now, when you look at that and you ask me, was he overcharged? I mean, I would say, again, I'm a big believer in the system, but we're entitled to a fair trial, not a perfect trial. And I think sometimes in trials, different things can happen. And not mentioned here today, I have a lot of information, and I'm not going to go on all afternoon. But I just recently read the transcript. I've read the motions for new trial again, and to get rid of
I got it. I don't want to interrupt you, but without the respect, you're dancing around my question. To me,
okay, I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer.
Hold on 1 second. To me, the this and that and this and that, I don't do criminal law. To me, from what I remember at law school, this is not I'm going right, this, the jury, I get all that. To me, he was overcharged. I'm not his lawyer. Hold on 1 second. I'm not even his lawyer. I'm on the council making a decision whether he should commute his sentence. I think definitely he was overcharged. If I read what Moses said and the other assistant DA, Paula Mangum, I think they both were under the impression that the guy was Mr. Koonce was overcharged. It bothered Moses for how many years? Because he thought he was overcharged. But with all due respect, you're doing a great job, but you've been talking like 3 or 4 minutes, and I have no clue was he overcharged? We know the facts, the appeals, the first degree, I think he was overcharged.
I would say, in my opinion, yes, he was overcharged.
Okay.
That's my opinion. After reading, I've read the transcripts, I've read the motions for new trial. I mean, there's a lot of things happened. Like there was one of the motions for new trial. If I just may share this just briefly, I'll be very brief.
Yeah, because we want to hear from him.
Right, of course. But one of the motions for new trial was one of the concerns was that there may have been a juror that had brought a .22 caliber gun into the jury room and had done some demonstrations on how a gun can jam and things like that. It's one of those instances where, in my opinion, overcharged, and it was a perfect storm of an overzealous prosecutor, and number two, a person who had tried the case once and thought that they knew how to try it the second time, and perfect storm.
Okay,
And that's where you end up with the first degree.
thank you. Any, Counselor Kennedy?
I have a couple of questions for you. First, I want to touch on what Councilor Ionella just said about them being overcharged. The decision on what to charge someone with and what level to charge someone with is up to who?
District Attorney.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay? And a DA's office can look at these cases and decide this is a second degree. Right from the outset, charged with the second degree, never even consider a first degree, and we're not here today.
Right.
I've been doing this for 38 years. Council Jubil's been doing it a little longer than I have. But one of the things, the changes I've seen over the years with respect to, and I've been doing it before Mr. Koonce was convicted, is that they don't do that anymore. They simply seem to, when there's a death, they simply seem to charge everybody with first degree. And that gives them, you know, a weapon to force a plea to a second degree, or force a plea to a manslaughter. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. I mean, yes, of course. And as you saw, and as demonstrated by testimony this morning, that then it goes from there to, as we heard, manslaughter for maybe 5 to 8.
Right.
Well, and the upper hand, and obviously the leverage.
Right.
Of course, and then you penalized, as I think Chairman Ionella had said, you penalized for exercising your right to adjourn.
See, I'm sitting here and I just don't get a prosecutor indicting this man for a first degree murder and then offering him a 5 to 8 on a manslaughter. I just don't get it. It just strikes me as just so wrong.
In my supplement, Councilor Kennedy, there is a graph in there that I got from Stephanie Page of CPCS that has stats of, I think it's 20 years, and there was something like 147 shootings by gun in Massachusetts that were reduced to manslaughter, and the average sentence was 12 years.
Yeah, reduced to manslaughter after charging is the first.
Started at number one, at first degree, right? So that's an interesting stat, and that certainly proves exactly what your point is.
Now, I want to raise something that has barely been touched on today. When I go into court and do a jury trial today, I haven't been doing a lot of them because of COVID, but just prior to COVID, we came up with an instruction, the SJC came up with an instruction dealing with implicit bias. That is, that there are a lot, we know that African Americans are disproportionately sent to jail and disproportionately sent to jail for longer sentences, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's been studies on that. They had the Harvard study that Judge Gantz commissioned. We didn't have an instruction on implicit bias or explicit bias when Mr. Koonce went to trial. And it's my understanding that in his first trial, his lawyer spent a lot of time on jury selection, right?
A week.
A week. How much time did he spend the second time?
About an hour and a half.
Okay. How many jurors did he challenge?
I'd have to look at the transcripts.
Not many, right?
I just read it over the weekend.
And he didn't call the DA for challenging African American males, right?
No, I think it was actually the opposite. Moses had gone to sidebar and was questioning what was going on.
You know, why he didn't?
As far as according to the transcript. Okay.
Did he turn into an all-white jury?
I believe so, yes.
Do you think that either implicit bias or explicit bias played a role in this case?
It very well may have. Again, not being there, I would state hypothetically, if I had to, looking at the transcripts and looking at what I've read, it's quite possible. And there was also another issue that goes along with that, that's a little bit outside of that too, is where, as we heard earlier, it turned into a Brockton versus New Bedford situation, where cars and people were actually referred to as Brockton people or New Bedford people. And this trial took place in New Bedford.
Right.
And at some point, Attorney McGee did go to sidebar and talked about it and objected to it, but then it just continued on. And then Attorney McGee started using those terms. So you would say, oh, the blue car, that was a Brockton car. Oh, this was a New Bedford car. Obviously, venue may have been a problem as well. And that was certainly a problem when I read the transcript right off the bat to me, that it was, you're in New Bedford. You have the outsiders from Brockton. The court is in New Bedford. Again, to go toward your point, I think it would only add to that bias as well.
Well, I feel.
Again, and we're in 1992.
Right. I feel the world has changed a little bit. We're nowhere near where we should be. But historically, especially with African-American males, the criminal justice system has not done them justice. It's astounding that we're still dealing with that today. But we are. And very frankly, I think that played a role in this first-degree conviction.
I agree. I mean, Mr. Kennedy, and Council Kennedy, you know me and the work that I do. I see it every day.
Yeah, we all do.
I see it every day.
We all do, who do criminal work. And, we see it in police stops, implicit bias. My partner did a case under Commonwealth versus Lawn, which deals with stops of African-American men. And he pulled the long record on the police officer. 98% Black or Latino. 98% of his stops. That's not arrests, as you know. That's just a record of the stops that were made. 98% were African-American or Latino for traffic stops. And that was recent.
Yes.
I think that Mr. Koonce was overcharged. I think prosecutorial discretion should have been used right at the beginning. I think to offer somebody a 5 to 8 on a manslaughter and then let him rot in jail for 30 years because he simply exercised his right to a trial is just wrong. And I think bias played a role in this case. I know I've made no secret of the fact that I'm going to try to fix that to the extent that I can with my vote.
Thank you.
You're a rock star for getting this done. You're the first one in almost 30 years, and you got it here. You mentioned the governor's legal office, Bob Ross, Marvin Green Petrino, and the invisible man over there, Nick Brandt, who did all the work in this case and takes no credit for it. Nobody's ever mentioned his name publicly. But he did the bulk of the work in this case, I'm told. I've known him a long time. I knew him as a young prosecutor. And they deserve credit too.
Yes.
As well as the governor for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Councilor Jubal?
I think most people will agree that the level of racism in our court system and in a lot of other walks of life has been so ingrained in our system over the years that it's now starting at least to be aware of it more, but there's still a high level of racism in our court system today. And the level of minorities that are incarcerated is a disgrace. And the reason they're in there is because some judge put them in. So it continues to go on. Back in the day of this incident in the trial, it was much greater. I tried a lot of murder cases in New Bedford, where I had minority defendants and all white jurors. Now and then you got a not guilty, but for the most part, you didn't. And for the most part, you don't in any county, because murder cases are investigated more than other cases. There's more expertise, experts, everybody else involved in it. So, as it should be, yeah, usually when always mistakes are made, but for the most part, the investigations, especially today in the last 10 years with technology, the chances of somebody getting convicted are still there. Juries get it wrong about 15% of the time, according to statistics. So You know, that said, we can sit here all day and talk about whether he was overcharged or he wasn't overcharged. We all have our own opinions, and as lawyers, we look at it, we go, geez, why is he charged with this crime? But unless we can talk a DA into reducing it, there's not much we can do about it. You either try the case, or if you can get a plea that looks somewhat favorable, you take the plea. So, you know, what Mr. McGee did, I knew Frank McGee very well. He was a very good lawyer. You know, and like I said earlier about John, I tried murder cases with him, and you said you looked up cases. I did a case around that time where I think I said 4 guys in a car coming from a Bruins game, all liquored up, drive through a project. I think it was not a half a mile from the Superior Court building in New Bedford. And he was shooting up as he went through, and he killed a 12-year-old kid. They took off, they were followed and caught finally. The trial I had for my client with one other co-defendant with him, they were both found guilty of first-degree murder. Judge Steele was the judge. No offer was ever made to us. We inquired of an offer. No offer was ever made. And the theory of the case was, and we argued it, that there was no intent to kill. It was random shooting. But you know, you deal with juries, and I always say, you never want to leave your faith to a jury, ever, if you can help it. Because they can do whatever they want. And they do whatever they want. Now, you say there was some rumor about the first trial about the guilty and not guilty. I've heard that over the years many times. I have no idea whether it's true, whether a court officer or some clerk is saying to me, hey, you did a great job. It was, 1101 one person. I have no way to verify that. It may have, and I'm speculating, it may have been the reason why the DA's office said, we'll give you 5 to 10. Maybe they heard the rumor and said, all right, look, we'll give him 5. Maybe John Moses went to the DA Walsh, who was kind of a tough DA. He didn't give any breaks to people. And maybe that's why the offer was made. So you look, you know, Mr. Koonce is here today. We can all go back and say what should have or possibly would have happened. If he had accepted the plea, he would have done about 3.5 years in those days. And I'm sure he regrets not taking the plea. The next fellow we have coming in here is Mr. Allen, who I defended in his case. He had no case. It was a first-degree murder conviction all the way. The DA, Paul Dolly, myself, the judge, did everything we could to get him to take a second. He would not do it. He was a 19-year-old kid. He said, I didn't kill anybody. He didn't understand joint venture. And I saw him up in Baranowski one day, and he said, big smile on his face. He was a nice kid. He said, I should have listened to you. But you can't go back. You can't undo it. Whether he was overcharged, I suppose we can argue about that another time, but the fact of the matter is, it was what it is, what it was. He was charged with that, and the jury did what they did. John, as much as I liked him, and I did like him, God rest his soul, he had every opportunity to agree with McGee on his motion for a directed finding at the end of the government's case and at the end of the trial. John could have went to sidebar with McGee and said to Steele, look, I agree we haven't proved first degree. I would stipulate it's second degree proof. And Steele would have done that in a minute. So, you know, coming out and speaking like he did at the parole board, I give John credit for that. But to say and criticize others about what they should have done back then, he had an opportunity to do a few things too. Right. whether Rule 25 was filed or not, let me tell you, if 1 in 1,000 of those motions are allowed, it's allowed. They're hardly ever allowed. So, you know, it is what it is. It went up through the system and it's here now, so I don't know much dwelling on what happened, or could have happened, or should have happened is worth anybody's time here today. We're gonna try to, you know, vote on whether this fellow gets a second degree and gets out of the damn place he's in, so that's my take on it.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you.
Devaney.
And will I be able to question, will I be able to question the Coonce too?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Am I just directing it to the attorney?
Yes, at this point, because we haven't heard from Mr. Koonce.
First of all, I want to thank you for your this is the most extraordinary case, and there's no question if this was a woman, and it would have been a woman. And we just had after that about the difference with the he said it doesn't exist. So it is a black man. But the whole thing to me is it was tragic, but it was a tragic accident. I mean, Mr. Koonce was holding his friend. And there were two conflicting groups that were fighting. And so I think we have to review the brain, I get brain, and the people have with them. So, yeah, which he was legal. He's a Marine. He went in and he shot the sky. And he's quoted, I shot the sky. He didn't shoot in the group. And they said it was premeditated. He never knew Mr. Santos. He never met him. Shoot in the crowd, he didn't shoot at him. What's the likelihood of that bullet going 3 feet away and shooting 1-year-old Mr. Santos in the chest? It's tragic, but it was an accident. And what they presented was it was premeditated. How ridiculous! How could that be premeditated? In addition to that, the judge instructed the jury, and there was not one black person on the jury. Another one, and he instructed them when the killing is done without any deliberately premeditated malice before the law, but only with the malice of the law implies. The judge attempted to illustrate this with an example of a man firing a gun into a crowd and killing somebody. He could be found guilty of second-degree murder, even if he didn't really intend to kill, because malice is implied by using the weapon and firing it into the crowd with the probability, a possibility, that someone might get killed. He didn't do that. He didn't even know it struck someone. And after he was told that he was brought to the police station, he brought his mother with him. When he went to the police station, he said it was. And he insisted he shot this guy. So it's sad that, you know, that a hung jury, if 2 of those jurors had to be informed, it would have, and it would have been first degree. And when I met Thomas, the other day, I said to him, you know, we can't go back. And you can't live in the what might have been, because you have to live today, but then you have realistic goals for the future. That's what we have with some experience. But that's the reality. And so he was denied justice. There's no question. And I keep saying it over and over, that expression, Travis, justice, and that's clearly what it was. It was a tragic accident. And what a shame that it is. And we have a letter here that made me cry, that he wrote the family and saying how I'm 60 years older, and he even talked about the life he's working, married, have children, and all that. So that's remorse, and he had remorse. But we can't go back. A lot of things to delete like we put. But that ruling went way over the top. And how it affected him. When I see all the people that supported him, talk to a lot of people involved who are not judges. Judge Dowd, Judge Siffer. There are so many out there that saw. Now, if that happened now, it would be great.
Well, that's kind of a hypothetical. I don't know if I can answer that, but I certainly, you know, as we saw the statistics that we have, that sometimes it's charged that way and then it's eventually broken down to a, you know, second degree or manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter or what have you. But without more facts, I don't think I could answer that question. But it'll probably depend on the jurisdiction and depend on a lot of different factors. But it's a possibility. It's a possibility it would not. But in this instance, there's a good possibility that obviously hindsight is.
When you think of the two people that was a mistrial and put it against him, and he couldn't be out. I see injustice of all these people walking, you know, murderers.
Right.
And yet, some has what he's done in the programs that he tells me. So many. We have letters, I must have 30 letters from people, you know, from all over Massachusetts, besides people that are in law enforcement. And realize that this was an injustice. And, you know, as I said, you know, it should have been over then. And then to put salt in the wound, they wouldn't allow him to do that. Insufficient evidence. What evidence was there? Is someone on the lead? And we just want to make them stop, to scare them. And that was it. So that one rule changed his life. And here we are. And it took that long, because it started with Patrick. I still go back to when he went before the parole board in 2014. And he was doing all these things, but they said, you're not doing enough for yourself. I mean, that was the most unbelievable responsibility, and to make him wait. So it's been a long time, even after. And we will never see things like that. And I bet there wasn't any court case that they could go back to that could, the only thing they could talk about was someone shooting out. There's no similarity between us. And I tried to write and reading his son's notes and everything, and we'll never know. Like we said here, thousands of people, we changed their lives. And they would have been hardened criminals. They, you know, they needed that. They needed that help. They need that second chance. So I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for being his lawyer. And the one thing that I regret, because I didn't go from the governor, and he said it'll be, when the council votes, it will be, I'll read it. It says, pursuant to the power granted by the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, I commute Mr. Koonce's sentence to death for second-degree murder such that he will become eligible for parole immediately. But from what I understand, go back to the parole board, and it could be 4 months or more. So I just thought that 30, excuse me, I just thought that 30 years was sufficient, but, those are the rules and we go by the rules, so that's it. So, in your years of being a lawyer, has there anything ever been close to this kind of case?
Geez, that's a good question. I think there certainly have been, but I'm not aware of them. I know that they're out there because we talked about it, the bias that goes on, it's throughout the whole country. It's not just Massachusetts. It's a problem, and I think it's being addressed now. But I haven't seen, I mean, we read about different cases. We have heard about the long case that Mr. Kennedy Council Kennedy talked about a little while ago about, that's a case that, you can now look into the statistics of the race that the police officers are pulling over and things like that. And that's not arrest, that's just pulling over. So to answer your question, I haven't seen a case like this because this is a case that's so unique in that like we talked about, the 30 years, the person that Tom Koonce is, the commutation petition, the witnesses that you heard from today. It's just such a unique situation. I'm not saying there aren't 10 other men at MCI Norfolk that are close to Tom Koonce, but I would say he is the standard that everybody else is going to try to be, and he's given hope to other people that are there. So, and to answer your question, I've never seen a case like this before, and from beginning to end, and hopefully.
Calls, and as I said, those are the people.
Right.
That's besides, from all of these others. But I reached out to those people who have since become judges involved in the case, and they agree. But, I just want to say, when you think of someone that served in the Marines, and outstanding, I have a letter here from a retired Marine, and he talked about that he carried himself with pride that would have made any family proud. His work was a consummate professional. And during that time, he held down 2 jobs, and lots of enthusiasm. That was English. And so the thing that I saw was that he said, this letter, he said that on occasion when he would talk to him through the years, and this is 2015, he said that he still felt the presence of the that he met in 1980. That kind, considerate kind is still evident in every letter, in every conversation. That unshakable character. The past years has taken no toll on him whatsoever. If anything, he has made stronger. His faith and resolve have become greater. And he went on for pages, and this is how everyone feels about this man. And just, that's all I can say. But we're here now, and we're going to resolve it.
Yeah.
I'm very proud to be here, to be able to be here. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. At this moment, we'll hear from Mr. Koonce. Excuse me. Well, you're the last witness. You can talk about your life behind bars, what you've done. You may want to say something for the Santos family, and we'll leave that to you. There's one thing, and I apologize if this is wrong. Did I hear something about your mother recently? She passed away. Is that correct?
That's,
I mean, I just want to offer my sympathies. But she's looking up there, she's looking down at you. I just wanted to offer, my sympathies and on behalf of the entire Governor's Council. Okay, and now at this point, we'll hear from you.
So I'd like to read because.
Sure, yep, that's, no problem, yep, that's totally fine. If you could just, the only request I have, if you could speak as loudly into the microphone.
Yeah, bring the mic over.
This is not a microphone she told me.
That's right.
Oh,
Trying to, that's okay. My voice.
That's for the TV cameras. This is the microphone that picks up your voice for the live stream.
okay.
So we're good.
So good afternoon, Chairman Iannella and fellow council members. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to make an opening statement before you today. I would like to start by giving special thanks to Councilors Marilyn Devaney, Terrence Kennedy, and Paul DiPaolo for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come visit me at MCI. Your visits were very insightful and helpful to me. Moving forward, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Gloria Maroney and the fellow department members for the unanimous vote on my behalf, which allowed me to be here before you today. I am honored and truly grateful for your vote of confidence on my behalf. Lastly, but most importantly, I'd like to thank Lieutenant Governor Karen and Council for their groundbreaking decision to grant me a commendation. And I will continue to be forever grateful for having made I will continue to be forever grateful for you having made the most courageous decision that any governor has made in over 2 decades. You will never know the impact and the sense of hope that you have now given to numerous men. I personally know of many men who have continued to work on their self-development and self-improvement over the last few years, but have given up any hope in this process. However, since your decision, I've had quite a few men approach me and ask me how to go about the process. One particular gentleman told me that his mom had asked him if he knew either of the men who had received commutation. And when he had told her that he did, that he lived in the same unit as one of them, she told him, "You'll start behaving like him and start being an exception." She simply told him to obey the rules. Try to go to school, try to go to programming, and have good behavior. Again, these exceptions. That meant a lot to me, and that truly made me a day. That is what hope looks like. Thank you. Before I begin sharing with you a little bit about myself and my journey, I would again like to apologize to the Santos family for taking me from Los Santos. I know that your lives will never be the same, and that today is very big. I am very sorry that you had to endure this painstaking process again. I can only hope and pray that maybe one day in the future, you will find it in your hearts to forgive me for taking your life. I am truly sorry. Having served for 11 years now in the Restorative Justice Group, I now realize that my negative actions have impacted more than just my victim's family, but my actions have impacted the community. Therefore, I'd like to again apologize to the city of New Bedford and its residents for making your city unsafe. I realize that my actions may have caused you to feel a sense of insecurity in your home, neighborhood, and for that I am truly sorry. To my family and friends, I know that my actions have impacted you. Please forgive me for the hurt and or harm caused not being the son, the brother, the uncle, cousin. At this time, I would like to state that I am fully responsible for the shooting and killing Mr. Brooks. I take full responsibility for taking his life the morning of July. My life will be forever dedicated to giving back to society, taking my children. Mr. Santos deserved to live his life to the fullest. And I respect it. If you're going to please allow me to share a little bit of my journey and just a little bit about what I heard. prison system. I arrived at MCIC Junction in 1992 after being convicted of the first degree murder. Considering the fact that I had been out on bail for almost 5 years, I went from having left my apartment that morning to a verdict that evening and to entering the local prison. They placed me in a holding cell within the hospital at the wall. The hospital unit at the wall. I was confused and not knowing what to expect next. One thing that I did know was that I was going to continue to better myself, try to continue to educate myself. I immediately started asking about programming in the education department. I was surprised to find out that they had some college courses at the prison, and I immediately went to speak with the caseworker. I signed up for both Bob Wachusett Community College and Curry College. Knowing the importance of a good education, I wasted no time. I continued to remain productive, and I was eventually transferred to MCI North. Once again, my search for programming and schooling would begin. Norfolk was a different type of prison. It was a community-based. I would soon come to find out that I could get into Massasoit Community College and UMass to collect enough credits to Boston University Metro. I was excited about the prospect of going to BU. However, I would need to earn 32 credits in order to transfer into Boston University. I would eventually earn enough credits to enter into BU in 1995. I felt good about myself, and I was encouraging others to do the same. Entering into Boston University boosted my self-esteem and motivated me to do more. I ended up graduating magna cum laude in 1988. By this time, I had enrolled into several other programs, including church and Bible studies, and I was taking up to 2 or 3 classes. Upon my arrival at Norfolk, I had met a friend of my family who had introduced me to the chairman of an at-risk program called Second Thoughts met with and counseled troubled youth from DYS facility. I was very interested in learning more about this program and decided to join. I entered into a 20-week training session which consisted of DYS clinicians, directors, DAs, and officials that will prepare us to mentor and counsel. After graduating from the extensive training, I couldn't wait to go out on the night. I love sharing my story and giving the youth second thoughts about the lifestyle. I was very in touch with the victimization of my crime, as my presentation would deal with how one night out with the wrong crime cost a young man his life and caused I would go out at least 3 times a week dealing with different DYS lockdown facilities. I would then have to attend follow-up sessions and also train new prospective members for the program. Second thoughts took up a considerable amount of my time and kept me from getting involved. Second Thoughts Incorporated would eventually be nominated for the Judge J.D. Blitzman Award for Youth Advocacy in 2002. I was so proud of having received that award. I eventually retired from Second Thoughts program in 2002, March of 2002, in order to chair the Restorative Justice Program, taking a considerable and no longer do both. I continue to help out on the side if they need my help. I always told them that's my first love. I continued in numerous programming over the year, gaining insight into my crime and victimization. But take a gang altercation in 2010 that would lead me to restorative justice. By that time, a lot of young men were arriving at the prison, and the dynamics of the prison started to change. There were fights and not much to do for the young men. After meeting with our board members in Second Thoughts, we decided to write a letter to the superintendent. Hope that we'd be able to hold an event in the program in which we could bring these young men and give them presentations on gangs and peer pressure, violence and alternative, and family life and social. We figured if we could reach the DYS youth with our presentation, then these young men, which were not much older than the youth in DYS, could benefit as well from hearing experiences. While the superintendent was considering our request, I was approached by 2 gentlemen who started sharing the concept of restorative justice principle. I was very intrigued by the fact that all parties impacted by the crime could come together in an attempt to hold the responsible party of the crime accountable and bring healing and restoration to all parties. I wanted to be a part of this, so I wasted no time getting involved with this proposal. The team subsequently proposed this plan to the superintendent, and the restorative justice group was born. 11 years later, the program is thriving. It says pre-COVID. It's kind of trickling through. We have seen 8 retreats, brought on 9 additional programs, restorative justice 101 workshops and seminars, apology letter writing workshops, community reparations to victims, walks for peace, awareness, and more. I could not be any more proud of all the work that we've done to make MCI Norfolk and our communities a safer place. For that, I am proud and can honestly say I love the work that I do. The program has allowed me to heal and also to help others. It's a win-win situation for us. In closing, this is the work that I plan on continuing to do in the community. Should we grant this commutation? I do hope to gain your trust and confidence in this hearing. I do have some brochures from the project to pass on to you, in hopes that you will see the great work that we do and hopefully it come through to a retreat. We have welcomed judges, federal and state, prosecutors, federal and state, police officers, activists, survivors, and numerous other people from our communities. We have yet to welcome one of the council members to our group. I hope you too play a vital role in our community and in the criminal justice system. I hope or please come and experience this amazing program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're not here to rehash the trial, but, so I want you to understand that. But if you could briefly, if you could give us a sense, we've all read all the documentation, but in your words, you tell us what happened there?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I had taken a leave of absence from the Marine Corps, 1987. Got a 2-week leave of absence. Came home, I was with family, enjoyed time with friends, enjoyed time with my girlfriend. Playing basketball outside, my 51 Dixon, me, James, Kevin, and Andy, we decided we wanted to go up to Westgate Mall to see a movie. Time was perfect. And we wanted to just go out and have a good time. So we decided to get showered up. And, we went back. They went back to their homes. On our way to Westgate Mall to see the movie, we actually pulled into the 7-Eleven to snack drinks. On our way to in the store, we bumped into 2 gentlemen that James was kind of familiar with, and I was familiar a little bit from high school. And they were telling us about a club in Alabama. So if we wanted to go back. Our intent was to go to the movie, to the club. Having heard that there were women and a good time, and I was really kind of almost on my way back to the Marine Corps, and my time was really short. So when we got down to Alhambra, it was probably about 10:30. You know, people were already in the club. Me and James were the only 2 that walked in. Kevin and Andy said they wanted to stay in the car because they wanted, I think it was $10 at the time to get into Atlanta, so they didn't want to waste their money because we got there kind of late. So me and James went in.
Excuse me, this is James Reese? Okay, yeah.
James Reese, we went into the club, kind of, just looked around a little bit. Don't even know if we was in. I didn't know who was involved in the fight at the time. A lot that I will share is pretty much post-trial, so but I guess it was a New Bedford skirmish that involved weeks before. The fight kind of traveled out into the parking lot. Bouncers kicked everybody out of the club. We ended up going back to the car. And we were just standing by the car. At that point, Danny said, hey, everybody goes down to Burger King down in Dartmouth. have something to eat, hang out. And again, our intent was really to just kind of have some fun with the women or just enjoy my rest of the day home on leave. So we decided, as we were getting ready to walk into Burger King, the Burger King was closed, so we decided we were going to have to go for the drive-thru. I think it was closed. We was going to head back to Burger King. Head back through the drive. At that time, Sal and Danny, again, the same ones that let us, started just coming over, talking to us. Van drove up. Really couldn't see a lot that was happening. The van drove up, and some kids jumped out, knew that something was happening. Fight or something, the crowd just started moving. And as the crowd started moving away, I became alarmed. As the crowd started moving my way, I then pulled out my gun and I was struck to chamber around just in case.
And if you could, for the people, what does chamber around mean?
I tried to put a round in the chamber.
So
because there was no
ammunition?
round.
Okay, maybe, because some people may not know what that means.
Right, now, as I started doing that, I was heading, me and James were heading back to the car. So again, Kevin and Andy was still in the car. There was no threat to us. I didn't use the gun at Burger King. We just kind of headed back to the car. State troopers came on the scene at that point. Everybody just dispersed immediately. As we got back into the car, again, Danny and Sam came around, they drove. One car was getting ready to go. And they was like, listen, do you want us to show you? And my instinct was like, we need to get out of here. We've seen 2 fights. Let's get up. But the youthful arrogance, as I explained to the parole board, because of the Marine Corps, because of my childhood wounds, because of the things that I was trying to appease people with, I would sometimes just kind of go with the flow. Pay attention to my instinct. So at one point I'm saying, let's go home. Danny and Sal came up to the car window. They were talking to James. And what they said was, hey, let's go over to the front. People out. There'll be music. There'll be women. There'll be this. James was familiar with New Bedford. Kind of took his lead a little bit in this one. And again, I shouldn't have been trying to go anywhere but home. Again, I can look back now and say that as a 54-year-old, a 20-year-old kid that wants to, and is arrogant, thinks he's invincible with a gun, said, let's go over to the club. Let's go over to, So I made some very poor choices that night that cost this young man his life. And, again, in hindsight, looking back, I could have avoided all this and made decisions. So as we were heading over to the United Front, and again, I don't know where we're heading, James rolls into, looks like some houses, and he just pulls up and parks in one of the spaces. We get out of the car. I get out on my side, and as I'm getting out on my side, James is getting out on his side. I looked out, as I came around getting out of the car, James was stuffing something, stuffing it into his jacket. I knew James had been involved in nefarious things since I had left the Marine. I'd heard about those things. My biggest fault was loyalty. It was loyalty to a fault. You were my friend when I went in the Marine Corps, you were my friend when I came. Even though I knew that he was doing, dealing drugs and dealing things he shouldn't have been dealing with, he was still a friend of mine. And again, I now know that wasn't the right crowd or the right choice. I heard that he was carrying guns. We had never known he had a shot. I didn't know he had a shotgun that night. We didn't even have a need for a shotgun. We put something in the jacket and knew it looked like. So when he put that in his gun, he came around to the car. We noticed all these other cars were pulling up now. Some of the same familiar cars from Burger King and the first thing that I said to him is, listen, we're not walking over to wherever this project is with these kids. So he said, okay, we'll walk up. I think it's Cottage Street. We said, we'll walk up Cottage Street, we'll go up there alone. And that's the reason why we went there, just for us, because we didn't. As we walked up, I believe it was Cottage Street, we were getting ready to make a left on the street, we was getting ready to make a left. Some girls came by, car, rolled down their window, we were, we was trying to talk to them, came up to their window. As we came up to the window, they rolled up their window. And then they sped off down into that didn't sit right. Again, instinct. And as we were walking, right after that, shortly after that, we started hearing a lot of noise, a lot of clanging, and just something that didn't feel right. So at that point, we turned around and said, let's go, let's get out of here. Back to get in the car. No sooner than we were heading back and almost in the car, we just heard just all kinds of noises. We just knew that something was going on. We explain it, but we just know that it was people. We jumped in the car, and as we see, I have a small diagram. So we're parked on Cottage Street. We're parked on Morgan Street. So we walked up. Can you see that?
Yeah. I think we have that in the packet.
Oh, that's a part of the package.
At least I saw it.
Okay, great. So as we're coming around this, we're jumping in the car very fast, come around this corner here, and kids are coming out of this street, and that street, and kids are just swarming around the car. So again, I don't know why they're coming, through this intersection like that, but we're trying to get out of it. As we come around this intersection, we get caught up on this curve because the car coming down Cottage Street. So we can no longer go this way because I think the Camaro was trying to back out that was with us. And then there's a car right behind the Camaro to come down the street. So we end up going from here, hitting this curve, and we're literally stuck for a moment. Right about here, there's a car that's parked right there. And the kids have caught up with the occupants, and I didn't know who they were at the time, but now. And they were literally smashing the windows, they were stepping, on top of the car, on top of the hood and so forth.
Excuse me, this is the car you're in?
No, so we're in the car stuck on the corner, and we're ducking down, and there's kids all around. So I'm like this, and I'm looking back, and I see the kids that smashing the windows on the car.
Of another car? Right?
Yeah, of another car.
They were your friends.
Well, not my friends.
They were with you.
It was a car in the trial that was referred to as a Brockton car.
Yeah, it's a Brockton car. And again, I didn't know who it was.
But you didn't know those folks?
No, didn't know anybody.
Okay, I got it.
After the fact, yep. So as we're kind of ducking because we're trapped on this curve, my heart is pounding. I'm a little nervous because I'm seeing these kids kind of smashing the window. And they didn't know that we was a part of the crowd. That's why they ran past us, even in the intersection. They don't know who we are. When we became stuck on the curb, we noticed their attention. And so I'm looking back like this at the window. I got nervous because now they're starting to come toward us. So I'm ducking in the seat and I roll down the window like this, getting ready to fire a warning shot. Again, I'm not looking back and thinking that I'm firing a warning shot just to scare them from the crowd. I mean, scare the crowd from coming to the car. I fired my gun one time, and at that time, James simultaneously takes off of the curb. He speeds off of the curb because the other cars had pulled off. And the shot was fired, and all of a sudden, I heard Kevin Hamilton in the back seat thinking he hit somebody. And I immediately responded, but I couldn't because I didn't aim it. I wish I could sit here, as I told the parole board to tell you, sat here and saw him and shot him because I felt like I was, that's not the case. And I wouldn't have a problem coming before this board saying I shot into a crowd purposely or intentionally to kill somebody. That's taking responsibility, so I wouldn't have a problem with telling you that. When I tell you that I was leaning and fired my gun from this position, and from however the car moved, however we sped off that curb, because we was on the curb, a bullet found its way into Mark Santos's heart. I don't see to this day. And again, I take full responsibility for taking Mr. Mark Santos. Again, would love to say that I shot and killed Mr. Santos, and I going to screw me, that was not an accident and so forth. So I'm not here to deceive anybody. I've said this from day one, from the time that, again, that this happened, that I don't know how the shot was shot. I told the family that, and I didn't hear about it. And again, I wish that it wouldn't have happened.
No, that was good. You said at one point you had loyalty to Mr. Reese. How did that come in? What was that about?
Because we were friends.
Yeah.
Again, it was Tony, we talked about Tony being, friend. I'm loyal to a fault.
So what way were you loyal to him that night?
Because,
What did you do to come to that conclusion? That's what I'm trying to.
well, I would go if he said, hey, let's go out. I mean, we would get ready to go to the party. It's just, I'm loyal to a fault with everybody, not just to Mr. Reese. I believe in friendship, and if I know you're my friend, I'll go above and beyond that.
What do you think your first mistake was then?
Carrying the gun down.
Yeah, and I think that's what troubles me. I don't want to, again, I don't want to, we don't have to get into facts, but you're a 22-year-old, 23, 20, you're going home, to use your term, we're going out, we're going to shower up.
Sure.
Okay? We're going to go to I think you said the movies. Sure. But 21, I remember when I was 21, a few years ago, we all go to movies, but I don't bring a gun with me. I mean, and I know, I get it. You've given the story to the parole board. I get it. So suddenly you can't change it, even if you wanted to. I'm not saying you want to. I'm not saying it's even justified to change it, but I'm just saying, so I get it. It's hard for me to grapple. You got a great institutional record, I get it. But you have a gun, you're taking a shower, you're going to the movies. What? And well, first of all, why do you take a gun?
So, as I explained, and you're gonna hear me say this, explain to the parole board. My childhood issues of wanting to be accepted by people started off with snuck in my room and told me. But I snuck into my mother's room and found their little gun that they kept in their bureau. And I can remember sneaking that out and taking it, showing friends. And when the friends saw it, they were like, "Ooh." That right there gave me power. And I felt like I had. And again, I knew that it was wrong, and I knew that I needed to do right. And continue doing the right things. But it was something that intrigued me. I played the cops and robbers, I had the cap guns I had on. So going into the Marine Corps now, because that's the reason why I went to the Marine Corps, because I wanted to do it. I wanted to live a life that was productive, that was as a citizen. I went in the Marine Corps so I could go in there and shoot weapons legitimately. Went into the Marine Corps so I could be a better man, so I could have a foundation. But the first thing I did when I got to the duty station was go pick the guns that somebody took, 22 and the 357, which was crazy and powerful. It's gonna hurt some. Craziest stuff. So I always carried a gun on me. That was just.
Okay, so this happened when you were how old? 22? 20. When did you start carrying a gun?
That was 14. That's what I just said.
So 14. So on a regular basis?
No,
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it wasn't on a regular basis.
How often?
Sneak out and show the kids down the street. On occasion, I would take it out. And it didn't have bullets in it. I didn't use it to hurt anybody. Never pointed at anybody. Never shot at anybody. It was something about the power that it gave me just to have.
Okay, so that's at 14. And when did you start using the gun?
I didn't start.
Well, you used it that night.
Well, yeah, first time I used it.
The first time you used it?
First time I used it.
And are you gonna tell us that's the first time that you put ammunition in the gun?
In what?
The gun that, in the chamber?
Oh, absolutely not. Once I was licensed. No, that's not.
Well, let's go slow here. You bought the gun where?
In Bremerton, Washington.
In Washington?
Washington.
And
my first duty station.
And how old were you? About?
Probably 20. That's when I.
Okay, 20.
The same year that this happened.
And it was legal for you to purchase the gun?
Absolutely.
And you bought the gun in Washington State?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you get it from Washington State to Massachusetts?
Back then, I think right on the plane, right on the bench.
Okay,
Back
and
when you
was
could-
it legal to do that?
It was legal. As a matter of fact, when I came home, I applied for a permit. And the
Well, let's
permit-
just go slow, I got that part. So it was legal to carry a gun on an airplane
Yes.
from Washington State to Massachusetts?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and when you got to Massachusetts, did you have to apply for a certain permit to
I
get?
applied for a permit with the Brockton Police.
Okay, so when you had the gun, you got off the plane, did you have the permit at that time?
I did not.
So you were in Massachusetts and you unlawfully had a gun?
I don't know if it was unlawfully. I think there was a grace period, and I don't know the laws at that time. I think there was a grace period in order to be. I don't know. Again, I know that I wasn't doing anything illegal. At least I thought I was not doing anything illegal because I called and asked, what do I need to do to bring? I was licensed.
I don't know the answer. These guys know it better. There's conflicting between the two. I have
I
no
could be
idea.
wrong.
I've
Okay.
recently dealt with, it's a 90-day grace period. If it was in effect then, it is now.
That's what I knew.
We won't, you can ask him questions, and Counselor Juvenile has a different opinion who also, and he does criminal, they both great criminal lawyers. So you had the gun, and did you get the permit within the
I
period
did
of time?
not.
Okay,
It took a little bit to get the permit. As a matter of fact, I think I got denied when I got it.
okay, so you had the gun in Massachusetts illegally. You had the gun in Massachusetts illegally. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you needed a permit.
You do, but there's a grace period.
But I thought you said it took, did you, that's what I'm asking. Did you get the permit within that grace period?
I believe the incident happened in that grace period. The offense.
Yeah.
So if we check, you got the permit within that 90-day
I
period?
didn't get the permit. Permit got denied while I was sitting in county jail. Because I committed a crime. So they.
No. Okay, I got it. So no, you got off the plane in Washington, from Washington State with the gun. And that's what I'm saying. You didn't, this incident didn't happen that night.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how long did it take you to get the permit?
He didn't get it.
You never,
He never got it.
It was denied because.
okay, so
I'm sorry.
when did you apply for the
As soon
permit?
as I got home.
Home from,
Leave, I was home on leave. As soon as I came home on leave.
okay, I don't want to keep belaboring this. You got off the plane from Washington State. You had the gun.
Yes.
Or you had the gun, that's, you just bought it. At that point, you had not applied for a permit. Because you didn't have the gun.
Oh, by the time I got off the plane, no.
You didn't have it. And sometime after that, you applied for a permit.
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any idea how long a period of time went from the time you got off the plane? Yeah,
Probably a couple of days. 'Cause I was only-
okay, so pretty quick, and you got denied.
After the crime.
Okay, and we're not at the crime, we're a couple of days later.
Yeah.
And then you got off the plane, it's not a trick question, you got off the plane, you applied for the permit a couple of days later, you got denied.
Yeah, but I got denied after the shooting happened in between the time that I was waiting for the.
Oh, so within those 2 days?
No, Chris, you're missing his,
Applied 2 days.
you're missing
In
his
the
sequence.
police station, going through paperwork, and he had the crime, and that stopped it.
Yeah, so pretty quick. Yeah, okay, yeah, pretty quick, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, and you bought, why did you need this gun?
It was just, again, protection if I ever,
What does that mean, protection?
if I ever defend myself.
That's,
I mean, I don't know.
most people, I mean, defend yourself, I mean, were you ever shot at before? Were you ever like, people
Well,
broke
Brooklyn
into
wasn't
your?
the safest place, but again, it was just something that, as I stated, you really have to understand that what I felt, the gun gave me power, and it really wasn't about the gun, it was really about the power.
Yeah, okay, but it's okay, you wanted power, a lot of people may like power, but they don't get a gun.
Again, youthful arrogance, I can't explain, and again, those are the decisions that I can look back on.
And when the chamber jammed,
Yes,
what was your point of, what were you trying to do at that
just
point?
chamber around just in case,
In case what?
in case the crowd came after me. I didn't know what.
And what were you gonna do if they came after you?
I was gonna, listen, go to the car first and try to get away.
This is where it jammed at Burger King.
It jammed as I was running back to the car.
Yeah, from Burger,
Standing there
from
trying-
Burger King?
Yes.
Okay, and it jammed. What if it didn't jam? What were you gonna do with it? So why did you, what,
I felt like it was a threat to me because again, I know that the crowd was moving toward.
and they didn't have, and then nobody shot at you?
No, and I didn't shoot at anybody.
Okay, and then your buddy Reese, he had a sawed-off shotgun. And he had it, and he put it here or what do you think he was gonna do with that?
I don't know what Mr. Reed was gonna do. I know that I made some bad decisions.
Well, I got it. Well, I mean, obviously, a reasonable person was gonna think he might have wanted to use it that night.
Uh,
Did you see where he got the gun? Was it under a seat? Where did it come from?
I think that he pulled it, again, I'm not sure. I've seen him kind of getting. I can. I don't want to mix what I've read.
Okay, I got it. So then you're in the car, you're in the passenger seat.
Yes.
And the New Bedford crew is behind you. So, and you want to give a warning shot. And you're in the passenger seat. What I don't understand is, when you're in the passenger seat, you're looking forward, I assume?
No, looking backwards at the crowd coming and we're trapped.
Okay. Okay, you're looking back like that.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you just give a warning shot straight up in front of you?
That's what I thought I was doing. I just happened to be at this kind of stadium.
And because the car accelerated, it went like that?
There's no other way to explain how the bullet found its way into his heart. And I wish I could have a better explanation.
I mean, you can
It
understand.
happened like so quick. And again, like I said, they said you shot somebody. I said I couldn't have because I didn't aim. That was trial testimony that came out that I couldn't because I didn't aim.
Well, that's hard, just so you know, that's hard for me to believe. I mean, that's a stretch. That's a real stretch for me to believe, especially someone who's in the Marines, familiar with guns. And that's a stretch. And why you ever had a gun that night anyway, that's what, I mean, that's troubling to me, and I've told that to your attorney. So that happened that night, then what happened? At some point you went to the police department? No, you went home, and then you dropped off the gun at Reese's friend's house or something?
No, Mr. Reese.
Yeah,
Somebody who kind of drove.
yeah.
We certainly. Upstairs, wherever he. We got an expressway.
Yeah.
Again, I was unsure of if somebody had actually been shot. I wasn't sure. It was the next morning, I think, I'm by the house.
And he's your buddy, Reese. And he's the one who testified, quote, meaning you, he meaning you. He agrees he was asking for trouble.
Say that?
That's what I read. Maybe I didn't read it right. It says he agrees he was asking for trouble. I thought that was Reese, but.
He agrees.
Huh? Hold on. I could be wrong. Here it is. Sorry. It says, looking back, Mr. Koonce, sorry, acknowledges that it was ignorant and arrogant of him to lead into the New Bedford area after witnessing two fights between New Bedford and Brockton young man. He, I guess that's you, he agrees he was asking for trouble.
Testimony from the parole?
No, it was in the memo, it was in your lawyer's memo to the parole board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it says, it says you agreed you were asking for trouble.
My actions that night were asking for trouble.
It says he agrees he was asking for trouble.
Choices that I made.
Yeah, okay, so Then eventually you went to the police department.
James Reach was arrested.
You went with your mother, I think, or maybe,
Yeah, after James Reach was arrested. Yeah, certainly they want him to be sentenced to.
this is the police department. Yeah, and what police department was that? Rockland Police, yeah.
I told him not firing my weapon. And, you know, they arrested me for the murder.
And Mr. Reese testified against you,
He did.
and he was your buddy.
He was.
And what about the two other individuals in the backseat?
They were never charged.
No, I understand that, but did they testify, or did they?
Well, they testified. The intent of the case. I heard him say. he didn't. Still.
Okay. You know, I have a lot more questions, but I just wanted to get that out, at least the facts. Obviously, your prison record is pretty remarkable. I'm sure other people will get into the Second Thoughts program, the restorative justice program, but I want to give everyone else a chance. And I know Councilor Juvenville has some questions. So I may come back, but at this point, I just wanted to get how it happened out of the way. And if somebody needs a bathroom break, just let us know and we can take a 2-minute break whenever you need it.
Okay, so,
Yes.
just any issue of this gun thing first. Strike that. I have two things I'm looking at here. One is what you've done in the prison. Remarkable. Never even came close to ever hearing somebody do what you did. You get an A+ for that from me. No question about it. The other aspect is the crime itself and how you responded to it and how you responded here. You're not under oath here, so we can't charge you with perjury if you lie to us. But we can do a lot worse for you. We can deny your commutation. Okay. So the deal with the gun, first of all, I've had a license to carry since 1971. And I still have one. And the deal is on the 90 days, if my license, I don't renew it in the 5-year period, I have 90 days from the date my license expires to legally still carry and not be charged with a crime, okay? You bought 2 guns in Washington State, correct? A .44 caliber revolver, Smith & Wesson. I think there's something else that's at .357, but those are interchangeable cartridges, so it's pretty close. And you bought a .22 caliber semi-automatic. It was an 8-shot blue steel automatic handgun, 3¼ inch barrel. And in Washington State, when you bought those, you didn't have to have a permit, did you?
Yeah.
In Washington State? When did you get that?
When did I get it?
Yeah.
Shortly after I locked in.
Yeah.
I think you should have.
No, I have the report from the DEA ATF agent, Dennis Flavin, who doesn't say anything about,
I was licensed.
huh?
I was licensed again.
Okay. Yes, do you have that license, or does somebody have it that can? Okay, well, I'll take you at your word for it. You got on a plane, you had 2 weeks leave, right?
Yes.
You got on a plane, did you take both guns with you?
No, I sold the other gun.
No, I'm just asking you whether you took both guns.
No.
Okay.
I getting rid of it.
Okay, so you only took the 22. I don't know 100%, but I think even back then, it was illegal to carry a firearm on a plane without notifying the plane captain that you were headed. But I may be wrong on that. You arrived in Massachusetts. About 2 days after you got there, you went to the Brockton Police Station and filled out an application? Well, I may be off a day.
Shortly after I came home.
2 or 3 days, whatever, right? This incident happened how many days after you were home?
I was close to leaving, so I probably had only about 3 or 4 days.
Okay. At some point when you came back to Massachusetts, you went down the Brockton Police Station and applied for a permit to carry? But you already had a permit from Washington.
Yes.
That permit wasn't good in Massachusetts, was it?
No, but that's what I said. Come home.
No. My question is, that license, as far as you know, wasn't good in the state of Massachusetts. Okay? I can't carry a gun in the state of New York or the state of Connecticut. I don't have a permit for it. If I drive over the line with it and I get stopped, I'm possessing a firearm without a license. Massachusetts is now an 18-month minimum mandatory sentence, right? Back then it was a year minimum mandatory. Okay? Yeah, under the Bartley-Fox law that happened in the late 70s. So there should be a record at Brockton that you filed for a permit.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever tell any of the police officers you dealt with that you had applied for a permit? So when you took the gun out that night, you knew you didn't have a mass permit yet. Brockton hadn't given you one yet, right? You knew that you didn't have a right to carry that weapon in the state of Massachusetts because you weren't licensed.
Again.
Yes or no?
It's 30 years ago.
No,
From my recollection of what I was able to do, because I believe I had a phone. The police asked them.
Okay.
It's my understanding that there was a grace period that I could come.
Okay.
And again.
So you called the Brockton police and asked them about the issue with the gun?
If I'm correct, again, I probably shouldn't say I called somebody to inquire about the licensing.
Well, when you went down and filed the application for the permit, did you ask them then about the laws about carrying a gun? Which did you do first? Go down to the police station or call the police station?
Again, I think I called from Remington, Washington first, called somebody, and again, I couldn't get. I inquired.
So there was no
process.
There is no question in your mind. You filled an application out at the Brockton Police Station.
To my knowledge.
No, not to your knowledge. You told us you did.
Remember filling out.
So there's going to be a record of that.
It should be.
And if there isn't a record, that's not going to bode well for you.
I mean, again, like I said, that's.
So look at. This is the way I look at you here. Whatever happened then, there's no reason to hide anything at this point. It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
You're here for a commutation.
Gotcha.
If you hold back something, we're going to think you're holding back a lot of things.
I'm not holding back anything, but like I said.
Okay.
That was my recollection.
Whoa. You said to me, you went to the Brockton Police Station, you filled out an application for a permit to carry in the state of Massachusetts. And you did that because you knew you didn't have a right to carry it because you didn't have a mass license. Okay. So on the night in question, by the way, James Reese was your friend.
Yes.
How long had you known him?
Well, no, I shouldn't say all my life. Probably junior.
Okay. And you were close?
Pretty much.
Okay. So how did you end up going out with him? Did you call him? Did he call you? How did you get together?
We were playing basketball that afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. And was it arranged that he would pick you up?
We talked about it. He said that he was going to come back. We talked about going to the movie theater.
Yeah, but did he pick you up and bring you to the movie theater?
Yes, he
Okay.
picked up all of us.
He had the car?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that you didn't know at that time that he had a sawed-off shotgun in that car?
No, we never talked about
No, no,
something.
just my question,
No.
answer my question, yes or no? Did you know he had a sawed-off shotgun in that car? Did he tell you he had a sawed-off shotgun in that car?
No, he didn't.
Did Kevin or Mr. Webb, is it? Did they tell you that he had a sawed-off shotgun?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Did you tell him you had your gun on you?
I'm sure they saw it. I mean, I carried it on my hip. I brought it into the house, threw it on the counter. I'm sure they knew I carried it.
Well, when you came out of the house to get in the car, did you have the gun on your hip in a holster? Or was it in your pants?
I always carried it on my hip.
Okay.
Again, not always.
Not a holster?
Yeah, well, yeah, the whole thing.
Okay. And did you have a shirt over it or anything, or could everybody see it? That was in
For
the
the
car?
most part, I probably had a shirt over it. I wasn't like just carrying,
Okay. So you go over to the movie and you stopped at a ice cream store or something?
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. And it was decided then, because of somebody you met, to go to New Bedford? Sal and somebody else?
Yes, yes.
So you never went to the movies?
Never made it to the movies.
Okay. Had anybody talked to you about New Bedford before you headed down there?
What do you mean?
About any issues with the New Bedford kids and the
No.
Brockton
No,
kids?
you mean altercation?
Yeah. So here's the car pulling out, and this Reese has got a sawed-off shotgun, and you got a 22 on your hip,
Yes.
and you're heading to New Bedford with this weaponry, just to go have a good time. Yeah. At what point did you know Mr. Reese had the sawed-off shotgun?
When we probably.
Well, didn't he take it out at the Burger King?
No.
No. You were the only one that had a gun out at the Burger King?
Yes.
Well, what I'm troubled with is, and if I'm a police officer that pulls your car over that night, and I find somebody with a sawed-off shotgun under the seat, and you with a gun at your hip, I'm saying to myself, these guys are looking for trouble. They're looking to hurt somebody, right? There's no other way to explain it. So you get down there and you go to the dance, and there's a fight.
Yes.
And as a result of that fight, you left the dance.
Yes.
The four of you. And you get in your car because you know the fight is a dispute between some New Bedford kids, I'll call them kids, you were all kids then, around your age kids. There was a fight between the New Bedford people and some people from Brockton. You weren't involved in it, but you knew that, right? So you knew there was some bad blood here between this group in New Bedford and some of the group from Brockton.
You mean when we went down to the club?
When the fight broke out?
No, I didn't know anything. I know all this after the fact. I read the transcript.
Well, you knew there was Brockton kids in the fight.
I didn't know anything.
Okay. You didn't know anybody in the fight?
Two kids. They weren't involved.
You didn't know anybody that was in the fight?
I didn't. We just had got to the club.
And you left there, you got away from that, right? When the fight was?
Yeah.
So if you had nothing to do with it and you guys weren't involved in it, why did you leave the dance?
That was the end of the club. They closed the club.
Oh, they closed, okay, good. So they closed the club and you go to Burger King.
That's good.
And you knew that to be a hangout down there?
Well, that's what we were told when we left Alan.
Who told you that? Your group or the?
Danny and Sal, the guys that we followed up, two people kind of dealt.
Sal
70.
So they told, were they involved in the fight?
I don't know, I don't believe.
Okay. Did they tell you, that, look, we'll go to Burger King, that's a hangout place? So you show up there and lo and behold, the gang of kids from New Bedford, to use a gang.
I don't know who showed up.
No, but they were kids from New Bedford.
I get, yeah, after the fact, I know.
No. Well, you didn't know who they were when they showed up in the van.
Right.
And they all got out. And it looked like there was gonna be some trouble. And you and your other three friends started towards the car.
Yes. When we started, the crowd started moving toward.
Yeah.
And we
And
started,
you pulled your gun out.
as I was going back to the car, when I chained it.
And the gun jammed. And how many bullets were there in the gun at that point?
Lost about.
It spilled on the ground?
Yeah.
And did you make a statement to the effect, oh shit, my gun jammed?
Something of that nature. I can't believe it jammed.
I don't believe this fucking gun got jammed. I lost 4 or 5 bullets out there. I don't believe this thing got jammed. Is that approximately what you said? Okay. So you were upset that your gun got jammed?
Well, I was upset that I lost bullets.
Well, your statement here is, I don't believe this fucking gun got jammed. So you were pretty upset about it getting jammed. Right?
Yeah, but again, if you read that in the totality, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I lost 4 or 5 bullets out there. I don't believe this thing got jammed. Twice you said that. So you were upset about that.
Right, absolutely.
Because if the gun didn't get jammed, you were all set to use it if you had to.
Absolutely. There was no threat of it. I didn't have to use it.
Well, then why did you take it out and try to put a round in it?
Because that's what I was trying to do, chamber one round.
Yeah.
The chamber in case something happened, because the crowd was running toward.
But you just told me you weren't afraid at that point. You guys were getting to the car.
Well, when you got to the car.
So there was no danger there.
That's why I put the gun away. That's why I didn't use it. I still could have used the gun.
Well, it appears from what you said, you damn well wanted to use it, but the goddamn thing didn't work.
Who was it gonna shoot?
If you were me, and you hear me say at that time, I don't believe this fucking gun got jammed. I lost 4 or 5 bullets out there. I don't believe this thing got jammed. You would think I was pretty upset about that gun jamming because I wanted it to work.
Well, I have to disagree with you, respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
That's not right.
Okay.
Listen, I didn't go out to shoot and kill anybody. Especially, again, I had nothing to do with it. I'm not angry about, anything at that point at Burger King or at the.
Okay. So you leave Burger King. Did you ever go back and pick up the rounds on the ground? You go to, now you've had a fight at the dance. Oh, we better leave and get out of here. You go to Burger King, another group is there. Uh-oh, big problems there. Pull my gun out, try to put a bullet round a bullet in it, and it jams. You spill the bullets. You get in the car. Now, I know this is hindsight, but you're a Marine and you're home on leave. So I take it from my basic training that you're in pretty good shape from being in the Marines. You could probably handle yourself if you had to, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, without a gun.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you jump back in the car and you head off. And instead of saying, look, we came down here to have some fun and enjoyment, meet some girls. There's now been a fight here. There's now been the Burger King. My gun, all of that stuff, bullets falling all over the place. maybe it's time we go home. Things aren't working out for the good times. But no, you go to the housing project. And that tells me, I gotta tell you, it tells me that you're not through yet with what you're doing down there. You want more of it. You want to get involved more. You're not ready to leave. Most people, if they just were down for a dance and this happened, and then they had the Burger King thing, hey, I'm out of here, I'm going home. But not you guys. You want more of it.
Well,
You go to the housing project. You get your gun. Did you put more bullets in the gun? Well, you had 8 in the clip, right, and 1 in the chamber?
Right.
Okay. So you only lost 4 or 5 bullets, so you still had 3 or 4 of them, right? Did you put them back in the clip, or were they in the clip?
they were in the clip.
Okay. Did you then cock it and put the bullet in the,
I think I just left it for whatever.
well,
I had the chamber.
you didn't chamber it because it jammed and you couldn't chamber it, right? So when you got back in the car, you rechambered it
Yes.
and put a bullet in the barrel, right? Why would you do that? I gotta tell you, it seems to me, you and Reese were looking for a fight. You were looking to show the New Bedford kids, hey, I'm not leaving.
So share this.
Share it.
We had nothing to go look for a fight. We were not involved in any fights. Nobody had touched us. Left Burger King because knocked in the party. We just got out to do the club. We were looking for a good time. We were making some very bad choices going into it.
I know you were looking.
The fact that we were angry and we were going over to get this again.
I know you were looking for a good time, but by Burger King and by the gun jamming and bullets falling on the pavement, that's not a good time.
Looking back, I agree.
Getting in the car and rechambering around was, I gotta have this gun ready to go. We're going down the housing project now. We might have to fight down there, right?
I agree.
Okay, so you were armed and ready to fight?
No. I was armed anyway, and again, if I was looking for a fight, we would have certainly stood there and could have shot into the front. We could have did anything.
No, at Burger King, you couldn't, the gun jam. Okay. At Burger King, you couldn't fire, you tried
I
to,
was looking to fire a gun. I'm not understanding why you keep saying it.
because you were chambering around.
I was chambering around just to put a round in the gun. I wasn't going to shoot the gun. I had no reason to shoot the gun. Shit. We didn't have a threat in Burger King. That's why we put the gun away. The police came on the
Okay,
scene.
first, look. I'm finding it difficult here. It doesn't matter what you were thinking. I think you're trying to convince me of something that I can't get convinced over it. You're running away from Burger King, trying to chamber a weapon. It's for protection or shooting somebody. There'd be no other thing you would be doing with that gun out in your hand.
Click. Never into any intent to shoot anybody.
But you get in the car and then you load that weapon with a round in. Even though you're driving away.
All that happened is I was running back to the car. It automatically is going to chamber another round once I finally click all the other rounds.
You told me a few minutes ago that you chambered a second round when you got in the car.
I don't know exactly when that round was chambered, but another round ended up being
Well, you said you had to unjam the weapon in the car.
as I was going, as I was on my way to the car, that's when the gun jammed.
Right.
And then all those bullets clicked out.
Yeah.
And then I fixed it. And that's why I came back to the car.
While you were running to the car, you fixed it?
That's why I said I can't believe the gun jammed as I got in the car. I wasn't doing anything in the car. That all happened on my way back to the car.
Okay. So you drive down to the housing project. You get out of the car at some point, right?
Yes.
Reese gets out of the car. He takes his sawed-off shotgun with him.
He puts it in his hand.
He put it in so nobody could see it,
Yes.
so he could take it out and use it. Right?
I don't know what Mr. Reese's intent was, but at that point, we weren't going.
Well, let me tell you. I do not believe for 1 minute that Reese took that sawed-off shotgun and hid it in his coat just for the heck of it. Don't tell me that. You can't tell me that. If it was me, I'm taking it for protection if I need to use it.
Well, I'm sure he's taking it for protection. I'm not denying that he's not taking it for protection, but what I'm saying.
Did you say anything when you saw that shotgun? Hey, what are you doing with a shotgun?
I didn't ask Reese any questions. All I knew was I was going over to.
Wait a minute. My question was, when you saw him with the sawed-off shotgun, put it in his coat,
No, I didn't.
did you say anything like, hey, I didn't know you had that? We gotta get the heck out of here. No. You went with him down the street.
He said that we was gonna go over to the United.
No. Please answer my question. You got out of the car, you went down the street or wherever you went with him for a distance.
Yes.
Okay. Knowing that he's got the shotgun and he knows you got the other guy. Where's Kevin and Webb?
Believe in the trailers.
Okay. So you get to a point where you see a lot of kids, the New Bedford kids, I'll call them, coming down sort of in your direction.
When we got to the car.
Right. Well, you were going away from the car when you saw the group, the kids from New
We
Bedford.
were in. We saw kids coming across the.
Wait a minute, you just told me that you got out of the car. Reese got out of the car. Reese has got the shotgun, you got the gun. You walked away from your car a distance, however far it was.
Who was getting ready to go into the United.
Right. And at some point, kids from New Bedford were there or coming at you, and you guys turned around and ran back to the car.
What I said to them is that, ladies came by in the car, we tried to talk to them.
Okay.
They obviously, after we went up and told them.
Right.
And again, that's what caused the men to leave the court. We had already, before that time, said, let's get out of here, let's go.
When did you say that? After the girls
After
rolled the
girl
window up?
rolled up their window and went back, we said, listen, let's get out of here, it's time to go. That's when we.
Okay, so you get back in the car. Reese takes the gun and he dismantles it, and he puts it under the seat, right?
That's just.
Well, did you see him do that? He took the gun back in the car.
Again, we all jumped in the car and we was again trying to get out.
Right.
Home, I seen anything like that, because again, kids were all.
Oh, okay, but you would know that he had the gun back in the car.
And maybe it'll help. I read the transcript over the weekend. My recollection is.
Did you take it?
From the recollection, I can check it, is that he dismantled the gun in about 10 seconds, then opened the passenger door and let Mr. Koonce back in the car. I believe that's what I read. I can check.
No, I know.
Just so you understand.
I know, yeah.
Just to.
I know. But you saw him with the shotgun get out of the car. He got back in the car. You knew he had the shotgun back in the car. Of course. And you're up on the sidewalk, right? There's a car coming down the street. It's a narrow street with cars parked on one side. The car's coming down, the Z24, whatever that is, a Camaro or something, I forget what it is. That's coming down, right? They call that the Brockton car in the trial. Okay, they're coming down. So now Reese can't go because they're blocking the way, right? So that car backs up. And Reese starts to go.
It was quickly. It wasn't just.
Well.
He took off.
Well.
Very quickly.
Right. It took off. After the car was moving out of there, the shot was fired.
Simultaneously. He said as I accelerated, he heard the shots. Simultaneously to him rolling off
Yeah.
the curb.
And there were other witnesses there that said the car was going between 20 and 35 miles an hour. And the shot went off. And the court and the Supreme Court and all of the other court cases found that the threat was over, that you guys were leaving, so no shot was needed. Would you agree with that?
I agree, and that was
Okay. And you said to us, you slouched down in your seat and you had the gun like this. You pulled the trigger? Well, your gun couldn't have been like that. Because if it was, he'd be alive today. Right? The bullet went into his left side, came out over to the right side of his body and lodged in his heart. And it was a downward trajectory. So your gun had to be something like this, because he was 5'9", and you shot that gun off.
You do it right. I was slouched, yeah, I was slouched down.
Right. So you weren't shooting into the air. You were shooting in the direction of those people.
I didn't see them. I didn't see the people when I fired the gun. I was sitting like this one.
I know, but you had, yeah, you looked and you saw them coming.
Right, but again, I'm sitting in here like this when I fired the gun.
Well, not like that.
I'm looking like this trying to hit you.
Not like that, because if you have it in that direction, he's not hit. Right?
Mr. Juveville, I didn't see Mark Santos that night.
Now, I didn't ask you whether you saw him. I'm asking you about the way you fired the weapon.
Yes.
Okay? We know he got hit. He wasn't a very tall guy. The shot was downward into the left and lodged to the right side of his body. So you're slouched down. You've got to be almost parallel to the street firing that gun.
Came off the curb. Coming off the curb and acceleration, I don't know.
I'm going to tell you how it found its way in. You pointed your gun in the direction of the crowd and you pulled the trigger.
Absolutely did not.
So-
If I did that, I would tell you that I did.
Well, how else was he shot then?
If I did that, I wouldn't have said I couldn't have pointed at anybody. I mean, I
Mr.
couldn't have hit because I didn't aim at anybody. I did
Okay,
not aim at
okay.
anybody.
The bullet didn't hit anything else. It's a 22. If it hit something, it would have disintegrated. It hit him and nobody else.
I take full responsibility for shooting Mr. Santos.
And the only way you could have shot him is by pointing that gun in a parallel fashion to where that group was. Correct?
As I said, I don't know how the trajectory found its way. And between the car moving, it wasn't like I was sitting still and just did this. That was not what happened.
I know
It
that.
wasn't like I just turned around and did that. That didn't happen. So I didn't fire the gun in that direction. Window was down. This is the direction.
Well, that there, it would have been up in the wall, so it wouldn't have got hit.
Slanted, I don't know the case. I'm just giving you the direction.
I know the way you remember it. But the physical evidence doesn't support that. You agree?
I'm no technician.
He got hit with your bullet.
I understand that. I understand.
The guy wasn't standing up 20 feet in the air, right? Okay. So you guys take off then, right? Somebody says, I think you hit the guy. Who said that? Whoever Hamilton. Do you say to the people in the car, shit, I think I hit him?
No,
No? Excuse me.
Excuse me. Please.
Okay. So you then leave and you guys go back to Brockton. And Mr. Reese says, give me your gun. He takes his sawed-off shotgun and brings it into his girlfriend's sister's house or something. And they put it in there. And you go home. Okay. At some point, you go back and get your gun.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
And I
And you
really
didn't,
didn't want to,
and you didn't want somebody to find it or the cops get it.
no, I didn't want to leave it in the first place.
Well,
Again, I
whether
had
you
to go
wanted
back-
to or not, you did.
Home on leave.
You
I
did.
had to go, I didn't know who this person was and even left it. I didn't trust that somebody.
Well, at this point in time, you know, or have a likelihood of knowing that somebody has been shot down there, right?
Yeah,
And your gun may be the gun that did it.
possibly.
So you go back to get your gun for the reason what? That you're gonna take it back to Washington?
Yes.
Well, aren't you gonna call the cops and tell them what happened?
At that point, again, I
No.
made some very bad
No.
choices. No.
No, and I probably wouldn't have either in your position. But if I went back to get the gun, I'm going back to get the gun to make sure that nobody gives that gun to the cops.
That was not my rationale. Like I said, I don't know who has my gun. Again, it's registered to me, so again, I didn't want to leave it in the front.
Okay, so at some point in time, you go down to the police station with your mother. And you say, I did it, right? You came clean with everything?
Yeah.
You're sure about that?
Oh, well, if we mean, which time are you talking? Again, I think I got a couple of times.
Yeah. Went to the police station,
The first time I.
July 23rd of 87 at 1:30 a.m. You were interviewed by the Brockton Police and you lied to them.
Yes, the first time they picked me.
You were asked if he had observed a gun in the hands of one of his friends from Brockton. Mr. Koonce stated that he knew nothing about a gun, nor did he hear anyone mention that they saw someone with a gun, right?
I did not answer.
Mr. Koonce stated that he knew nothing of a shooting in New Bedford, but did admit that they had been chased by a group of New Bedford youths, correct? Mr. Koonce claimed to have found out about the shooting on Tuesday morning, 7/21, when he was told by Reese that he had found out from a female friend that a shooting had taken place and a man had been killed in New Bedford, correct? The police officer said to you that he didn't believe his story. Okay, you don't dispute that, do you?
No,
Okay. So then you left. Now, when you're there at the station that time, Reese was there too, wasn't he?
first time.
First time.
I believe, I don't know, I think they put us in separate rooms, they picked us up separately, so I'm not sure.
Right.
I'm not sure when.
Okay. So then your testimony is you leave the police station and at some point you go back down the police station and you tell them you did it and your friend didn't do it. Right?
That's right.
But you lied again on the second statement. Well, you said, according to the police report, Mr. Koonce was told, let's strike that one. Okay, so you advised the police that you didn't want James to pay for his mistake and that he did it, that you did it.
Pardon me.
No, that you committed the crime.
No, I told him I fired my gun. I had to.
Well, here's the statement. On July 23rd of 87, approximately 5:30 a.m., James Reese called the Bedford police officer, James Lopes. Oh, wait a minute, I'm at the wrong page. Okay, you go down to the police station, detective room, and the detective writes that Thomas Koonce advised them, the police, that he didn't want James to pay for his mistakes and that he did it. Correct?
They didn't put the context of
Wait,
it.
whoa.
It's just what they put
Whoa,
in the
whoa,
requirement.
whoa.
I get it,
The answer to that is yes.
yes.
You were advised of your rights, made a phone call, and you said that this might blow your career in the Marine Corps, right? The officer then interviewed you, and you were advised of your rights again. You wanted to clarify the circumstances surrounding the death of Mark Santos in New Bedford, and that he wished to make a statement. Oh, this is the police officer speaking. Mr. Koonce told that the investigating officer thought that one of the possibilities could have been that the victim's death was accidental. You told the police officer that his death was accidental, right? Mr. Koonce then briefly stated, after leaving the Burger King in Dartmouth, he went to the area of the project in New Bedford. Mr. Koonce said that as he started to walk towards an area where several kids were gathered, he heard a female holler out, quote, "There are the guys from Brockton," end quote. Mr. Koonce related that he soon saw a large group of people running towards him and his friends. These people were alleged to be carrying baseball bats and that he thought there were sticks. Mr. Koonce was specifically asked if he was scared, and he replied that he was, and claimed that he was running back towards their car when he tripped and that the gun he was carrying accidentally discharged. Didn't you tell the police that? That was not true. That was your second trip to the police station to say you did the crime.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Koonce stated that he didn't hurt anyone, then bowed his head. When questioned about the gun, Mr. Koonce stated he threw the gun out the car window somewhere along the highway. That was a lie too. When questioned about its exact location, he stated that he did not know the area and couldn't pinpoint where the weapon was thrown. That was a lie. At this point in questioning, Mr. Koonce's mother stated that he was not familiar with the area, and your mother said that you wanted a lawyer, she wanted a lawyer, and the questioning stopped, correct? Okay. That was your second interview.
Yes, it was.
The first interview, you lied.
Yes,
The second interview, you lied.
yes.
So Mr. Hamilton was your friend?
Yes.
He was in the car? He went into the police station the first time and he lied?
Yes, he did.
Said he knew nothing about it, nobody did anything? On 7/24/87 at noontime, he went in. He was read his rights. He advised that when Mr. Hamilton again reviewed the night's activities up to the time that they went to the Burger King. He advised the detective that Thomas Koonce returned to the vehicle after the disturbance. And you said that about the gun jamming and the bullets falling down. That he got in the area of the United Homes, and while they all got out of the car and started walking towards the project, while doing so, Mr. Hamilton stated that he observed James Reese behind him with a sawed-off shotgun and Koonce with a pistol in his belt. He said that, right? But that was true.
Can you read that?
Yeah. that after the Burger King thing where he says, I don't believe, that he said that you said, I don't believe this fucking gun jammed and all of that, that you'll start walking towards the United Front homes, and as you're walking, Hamilton stated he observed James Reese behind him with a sawed-off shotgun and Koonce with a pistol in his belt. He believed that Reese was loading the shotgun because he had it down between his legs, fiddling with it. You never saw him with the shotgun?
Not doing what Kevin just.
Okay, but you knew he took the shotgun out of the car. Right. Did you ever say anything to him about that in the ride home? Hey, what the F are you doing with the sawed-off shotgun? Were you concerned that he had a sawed-off shotgun?
I was concerned about what they see.
Hamilton again says, as they turned southerly in the car, Tom Koonce stuck his hand out of the window of the gun, with his gun in his hand. Tom then fired the gun at the kids. Koonce was then heard to say, quote, "Oh shit, I think I hit him in the chest. I saw him grab his chest." I saw him grab his chest. James said, "I don't think so. I think you hit him in the leg."
That was my testimony?
No, that was Mr. Hamilton's testimony about what went on in the car after the shooting.
I said that, that thing in the chest.
He's telling the police officer that, "Oh shit, I think I hit him in the chest."
You sure that was my testimony? Because
It's Hamilton giving a statement to the police. His second statement.
That I said.
Yeah.
Right. That I said,
Oh shit, I think I hit him in the chest.
No, I don't recall that, because again, I said I.
Well, when you say you don't recall it, there's two possibilities. That you said it and you don't recall it, or you didn't say it.
I thought Kevin Hamilton said, "I think you hit him." That's my recollection. I don't recall him. And again, that's his testimony of what he said. My recollection of what happened was I fired the gun, and that's when he said, "Oh, I think you hit him in the chest." And I said I couldn't have because I didn't.
No, yeah, I understand that.
I don't know where that.
He's saying, you said, "Oh shit, I think I hit him in the chest."
No, it's not.
And he was right.
What do you mean?
He was right.
About hitting him in the chest? Right.
So, to me, he's down the police station now for the second time. He's scared shit he's gonna get arrested. The first time he lies his rear end off. The second time, he tells the whole story about everything. He testified at the first trial, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Did he say that at the first trial?
Which part are you talking?
Oh shit, I think I hit him in the chest, meaning you said it?
Did he testify at the trial saying that?
The first trial.
Again,
Well,
it's been
look,
ages
look,
since
look. You gotta get real here. Number one, what he says is the truth. It's what happened. He got shot in the chest.
Yes, he did.
Okay?
Yes, he did.
So if he says you said it, I believe that's what he's saying. You said it. You got shot in the chest.
I think, if I may, Council Jubal, I in the second trial, I just read the transcript and I have.
Excuse me, I just suggested it. I think it'd be helpful for everybody. Let's take a 5-minute break. I think that might help everybody. Yeah.